Well, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honoured guests, thank you so much indeed for joining us in the Digital Theatre of Arts, live down here at the World Government Summit and live at this year's much-anticipated GX Talks. We come together to educate, to debate, to collaborate, and to rap a little bit as well, by the sounds of things as well. But listen, we come together to open our minds. So, first and foremost, why are we here? Why in this packed arena? Well, GX Talks is, as you well know, a series of dialogues. It's been created by the government of Dubai to forge a platform that unites government decision makers, not just here in the region, but worldwide. Enthusiastic visionaries, many of whom are with us here today, global practitioners, and of course, renowned innovators, to do a lot of to re-examine, to redefine, and to relook at the government experience of the future. This is where we give you insight to the future of government experience. So 2018 is when we launched, and since the inception there, GX Talks has hosted upwards of 35 sessions now. Close to 60 thought leaders. We're about to add another 15 to that number this afternoon. 50 organizations have been recognized, 12 knowledge partners, and have achieved a global footprint in its reach. A reach to educate, to debate, and to collaborate. So we ask you to sit back, to enjoy, to listen to a number of presentations, as I said, from thought leaders and innovators. Open your mind, but also have your say. And we've made it nice and easy for you, because all you have to do is to scan to tweet, all right? If you have not got this in your hand, if you've not thrown it on the floor, you're probably sat on it at the moment, because it was on your seat. QR code, scan it, get involved. You've got all the hashtags there, the handles that you can use to share your thoughts, to share your opinions, and to get your thoughts over to the team so we can collate that as part of the ongoing discussion. GX Talks continue to provide glimpses of the future, highlights of integration of humanity and technology and innovation in the times to come. So without further ado, we thank you all for joining us down here. For those that haven't been to an event like GX Talks, we like a bit of pace. We like to keep things moving. We've got, as I said, a number of opinions, a number of speakers who have flown in from no fewer, well, all corners of the globe for this particular event, and it's great to have them here. So in that keeping, we're going to move things forward. There will be a little bit of a break, a musical interlude, if you like, halfway through, an opportunity for you to pop outside if you need, or do stick around and enjoy some traditional Emirati music here in the theatre. And then equally, at the end of it all, we all get together for a bit of a powwow, a little bit of a natter, and some networking. I think that's what they call it outside, straight after. Okay, so without further ado, feel free to get involved. Feel free to share your thoughts as we welcome the first of our speakers to our stage down here in the Digital Theatre of Arts. And I said, we have a truly international lineup for you today. The first one is it's titled How to Control the Weather, a case study into supervillainy and government as well. Fascinating title. Looking forward to this one. I'm very much looking forward to the man who is going to be presenting. Let's talk geoengineering if we can. Let's get down with Ryan and some geoengineering. He is a New York Times best-selling author. He is an Eisner Award-winning science writer. And he's all the C's as well. He's a cartoonist, he's a computer programmer, and he's a Canadian. And he's with us here today. Put your hands together for Ryan North.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Let's begin with my slide deck. There it is. Hi, I'm Ryan North. I'm a writer of fiction and nonfiction and all sorts of things, but a lot of what I do is comics, and if you haven't heard of me, that's totally fine, but you've probably heard of characters I've helped write, characters like Spider-Man, or the Fantastic Four, Johnny Storm, the Avengers, Maria Hill. And I'll tell you a secret about writing comics, and the secret is the superheroes are fun, but the real fun are the villains. They're the charismatic ones, they're the ones who have actual plans to change the world, and yeah, they're the bad guys, and yeah, they don't always succeed because we make them lose as writers, but there's a lot of potential in what they're doing. There's a lot of fun in what they do. And a while back, I started thinking, well, how credible are these supervillain take over the world schemes? You're working in the real world with actual science and technology. No shrink rays, no magic hammers. How close can you get? And it turns out you can get really far. And I want to walk us through one of those plots today. So this is a world domination scheme that is interesting, it's effective, it has a social good, and it is shockingly affordable. So this is the How to Control the Weather, a case study in supervillainy talk. But don't worry, we're all in the right place. This is actually going to talk about government and governance too. So, I'm a writer. You start with motivations. Why do you want to control the weather? Why would anyone want to control the weather? And that's pretty straightforward. We all live on Earth. All our stuff is here. But sometimes the weather makes it an uncomfortable place to be. And this is an actual image of our planet taken from Earth by NASA, where there are 5 simultaneous hurricanes on it, with a 6th one developing. We could probably do better than that. But supervillains always want to think big. And if you're thinking big, you're thinking, well, can we go bigger than hurricanes? In fact, why are we talking about controlling the weather when we could talk about controlling the climate? Let's go as big as we possibly can. And here again, the motivation makes a lot of sense. The climate has changed since the Industrial Revolution. We put CO2 in the atmosphere. That's increased the level of atmospheric CO2, obviously, and that's caused temperatures to go up globally. And if we want to take over, govern the world, we want it to be a place where people aren't fighting over increasingly scarce drinking water and habitable land. So our motivations here are pretty clear. So where do you start with controlling the climate? Where do you start with fixing this? And the obvious approach is, well, let's clean it up. Let's take this CO2 and get rid of it. But there's a problem. And the problem is that carbon dioxide is diffuse. Yes, it's 420 parts per million, but that's 0.04% of the atmosphere. That is one molecule in 2,400. So carbon capture technology can work great in places like smokestacks where carbon dioxide is really dense, but in the larger world, it's like trying to find a needle in a planet-sized haystack. Bit of a challenge. So, that's not going to work. What about trees? They're the original carbon capture technology. Could we just plant a whole bunch of trees and solve this problem? And the answer is, yeah, we could have a long time ago. But today, to bring the atmospheric CO2 back to pre-industrial levels would take 9 million square kilometers of trees. To put that in perspective, that is 2 India's worth of surface area, or 40% of the Earth's habitable, arable land. And you cannot get rid of almost half of Earth's farmland without killing a bunch of people. So this is also, unfortunately, out. So what do we do? If we can't capture the carbon, if we can't clean up by planting trees, how are we going to solve this problem? And I will tell you how we're going to solve this problem like a supervillain. You, acting alone, are going to create a powerful and sustained artificial volcano. And this is the best slide of any deck, the volcano facts slide. When a large volcano erupts, it can change the Earth's climate in a couple ways. The first is by putting ash into the troposphere. That's the part of the world, part of the atmosphere where we spend all our time. It's where weather happens. And you can shoot ash up there to block the sun, which works, but only for a little bit, because it falls back to Earth. Rain washes it out. What we want is someplace where there isn't weather. What we want is someplace where these materials could last for a really long time. What we want is the stratosphere. So this is the second way volcanic eruptions can cool. They put sulfur dioxide up into the stratosphere. When it's up there, it reacts with water. And this reaction produces sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid, once it's up there, interacts with dust in the stratosphere, coalesces around it. Sulfuric acid plus dust gives you an aerosol. An aerosol is really just a white haze that's sitting up there in the stratosphere. And what a white haze does is it reflects sunlight. So sunlight comes towards this white haze, bounces off it back into space before it can warm the ground that we're on, and this produces a cooling climate and a slightly dimmer one. And the advantage we have is it only takes a 2% reduction in light to bring global temperatures back to pre-industrial levels. Better still, stuff in the stratosphere can hang out there for a year or more before it falls back to Earth. So we're doing great. And you might think, if you know your science, you might think, hey Ryan, this sounds an awful lot like what happened to the dinosaurs when a giant asteroid hit and it blocked out the sun, and didn't they all die? And the answer is yes, but we will just be more careful than that. So, what is our plan? Easy 4 steps. Step 1, we need a chemical precursor. This can be sulfur dioxide, this can be ammonium sulfate, this can be anything that produces a white haze will do it for us. Step 2 is to get it up. Sorry, my deck is not moving ahead. There we go. Step 2 is to get the chemicals up into the atmosphere. Step 3 is to spray them out in tiny droplets to make an aerosol. And step 4 is to repeat this once a year. And that's it. We have successfully taken a warming climate and replaced it with a cooling one. Problem solved forever. Or so you might think. But you might think, Ryan, there's got to be some roadblocks here. You're cheating somewhere. Maybe making sulfur dioxide is hard. How do we make sulfur dioxide? And the answer is it's really easy. It's the only output of reacting sulfur with oxygen. You burn it, you get sulfur dioxide. Done. So you might think, okay, well, maybe getting sulfur is hard. Maybe it's not an easy material to find. And again, it's not a problem. It's the 10th most common element in the universe. It is the 5th most common element on Earth. And it is the 4th most common element by weight. This stuff is everywhere. So we're doing good for sulfur. Everywhere. But then you might think, okay, well, Ryan, I still think you're cheating. How are we going to move the sulfur dioxide in the stratosphere? Because you glossed over this earlier, but the stratosphere is 20 kilometers straight up. How are we going to get it there? And if you know your planes, you'd think planes only go 14 kilometers straight up normally. They stay in the troposphere. And all this is true. However, the US government stands ready to assist us with the Lockheed U-2 high-altitude aircraft that has an operational ceiling of 21 kilometers straight up, well into the stratosphere. And because this is existing technology, we know how much it would cost. For 24 planes, which is what it would take to produce this haze, it would take about $7 billion US to buy the planes and to convert them to spray gas out into the stratosphere. Plus, since this has to be done yearly, you have about $2 billion in yearly operational costs. If you don't like planes, there's other options. You could do a hot air balloon with a hose, sending it up to Earth. Not super practical, but it could work. If you want to think like a Canadian, in the 50s, we worked on cannons, giant cannons to launch satellites into orbit, and they didn't work, but they did reach the stratosphere. So you could shell the skies themselves with sulfur dioxide to do this, to solve this problem. It's not going to be as cost effective as a plane, but it's a very charismatic supervillainy way to do this. So, $2 billion in yearly cost plus $7 billion in startup costs. This is a shockingly affordable scheme within the personal wealth of many people alive today. And when you compare it to the cost of unmitigated climate change, which is $600 trillion US, this is a stone cold steal. So you might think, this is easy, this is affordable, this uses existing technology, and this solves a literal problem. Why hasn't anyone done it yet? Which brings us to the downsides. And I promise they're not what you think. You might think, okay, if you stop seeding the skies, then everything catches up all at once in the space of a year. All climate change happens right in that year. And you're right. Maintaining this haze requires constant technological intervention. But so does farming. If we stopped using nitrogen, we would not produce enough food to feed everyone alive today. We as a species have long ago decided that it's worth relying on our ingenuity to keep everyone alive. So that's not really a concern. You might think, okay, well, what about acid rain? That could happen by putting sulfuric acid in the stratosphere. And yes, that would happen, but the effects of that are orders of magnitude less than that of climate change. Like, this is a win here. We're doing less damage than we could. You might say, okay, well, we've never altered the atmosphere before. And this is true. There's uncertainty in doing this. But you don't have to alter the atmosphere if you don't want to. You could always just put giant mirrors in space to reflect sunlight away from the Earth and keep everyone cooling it down that way. The issue is that there's always going to be uncertainty. We can't predict what will happen, and any technology can be misused. What if people turned those mirrors around and burned us all like ants? This would be a problem. So uncertainty is always there. But the real issue here, all these issues aside, the real one is that of culpability. Who do we blame when something goes wrong? Who do we blame for the weather? Because today, when there's a tornado or a flood or a drought, we call these acts of God because no human can be held responsible for what happened there. Once you've changed the climate, when there's a tornado or a flood or a drought, there will be people who blame you for doing this because your actions have changed the global climate, you've changed the global weather. This is not great. No one wants to be held responsible for that, so you might say, can we mitigate this? What if we didn't bring the world temperatures down to pre-industrial levels, but just brought them, say, halfway? This would only affect water in about 1.3% of land, which is great. Everything sounds good until you realize those people who you've only helped half of the way might blame you for not doing more. Why didn't you solve this all the way? Why are we still suffering? It gets real messy real quick, and that's even before I consider people who think that if there is to be a global thermostat, why do you get to control it? Why don't I control it? I am going to control it. I'm going to take it from you. That's the challenge here, and the problem is that this idea of geoengineering, of changing the Earth's climate to solve climate change technologically, works on paper, but it falls apart when you start to consider human nature. And what began with the best of intentions has instead become a recipe for war and chaos and disaster. Because weather is now political, and every natural disaster now unintentionally but irrevocably has human desires behind it. In a perfect world, this would work, but we don't live in a perfect world. We have humans all over ours, which brings us to the message what I want to say. There are no technological solutions to social problems. And when you find something that seems to work, if you remove the human element out of it, what you actually have is something that's creating more and worse problems down the road. And I hope when something comes across your desk, a new technology, that promises to solve something, and a lot of them could work, whether it's geoengineering, genetic engineering, Web3, metaverse, blockchain, anything. Any solution that only works when you take the human out of it isn't a solution at all. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Ryan, thank you very much indeed. Big thanks to Ryan for kicking things off. So we are up and running. And apologies, I didn't wish everyone Happy Valentine's Day, just in case no one gets wished a Happy Valentine's Day. But yeah, we are keeping that conversation moving now. And we move from Ryan's brilliant opening address to us all to move on to the digital revolution, or certainly the digital revolution we are dealing with at the moment. How to best use tech at the moment in all aspects of our life. How do we get tech to talk the talk, to walk the walk out there? Tech for Peace, the art of the possible, is our next presentation down here at GX Talks. So let's talk about it with, well, a real superstar of the circuit. She is a serial entrepreneur, an investor and public policy maker, more than 20 years of experience working with organizations and entities across the globe. Absolute pleasure to have her here in Dubai. An expert in smart cities, public policy, economic development, I could go on, I will, commercialization of technologies, venture capital, blockchain, environmental planning, mobility, and more. She served in the Obama administration. I don't know if I mentioned that one yet. She's been honored with just about every award there is going, and if that weren't enough, she's climbed Everest and Kilimanjaro as well. But that all bears into a little insignificance because she is here in Dubai to talk to us today at GX Talks. Please welcome, all the way from the US, it is Natalia Olson.
And I'm only 25. No, just kidding. No, I am so excited to be here in Dubai, the World Government Summit. Thank you so much for inviting me. It is just a pleasure to be able to see so many leaders, especially in the government area, because as an entrepreneur, you know, I always try to balance it between, you know, starting new things, which were always very disruptive, pushing the envelope, making government officials a little uncomfortable, until I was asked to serve. And even though I was a former diplomat, you know, I told the president, are you sure? Because I'm not going to say yes to everything. So, when we come into a government, we try to create balance, right? 2008, 2009, difficult times, big recession, and we were looking to modernize government. We were looking to make changes. And as entrepreneurs coming into a government, right, we want to make those changes quickly. We want to, we think that we can change everything, and that's, of course, if in the context of our audience, that is not possible. I think I joke many times that I came in thinking we're going to change 100%, but we only change about 25%. And we continue to make those changes. And what was interesting was actually bringing in the technology, bringing in those disruptors into the conversation, bringing in the citizens. So as an urban planner, I always thought we have to think of the citizens at the center. We make all of the decisions. Thank you, Ryan, for pointing that out. Not believing that there's a voice there. Not believing, we kind of forget sometimes that the citizen is who we serve. They're the ones paying the taxes. They're the ones that are actually going to go out there and make the real changes. So for me, bringing in the conversation of the art of possible. Yes, we can make changes. Yes, the little citizen of myself, my friends, my colleagues could make changes. Years ago, I was on this path of the green economy. I was going to make sure that every building in Philadelphia was going to be green, that every way, every policy, every procurement was going to be green. I think I got threats to burn my house down in South Philly about 10 times. And at one point, a gentleman comes up to me and says, I really don't like you. This was in 2005 and 6. And I'm like, okay, I don't know you, but my granddaughter won't get into my Cadillac. I was like, I'm sorry. I now have to go buy a Prius, and that's really annoying me. So I was just thinking to myself, in 10 to 15 years, this granddaughter will make a difference by voting in the right way, by being involved, by making those changes. So today, because of those changes, because of the citizen, because we actually have a voice, because we do make a difference, I want to start with the Arab Spring. So, it turned out from one person that decided, I'm not going to stand for this, to create a pacific demonstration, which later on, caused a little bit of rift, caused a little about some issues across the region, but it actually, enabled a voice. It enabled a voice that sometimes we're not so comfortable with. Sometimes, those changes, those demonstrations, those specific, ways of going out into the street can turn out to be good, but here's the catch. It also can turn to be evil. This conversation where one extreme and the other extreme are not talking to each other, that is what proved to us that we needed to go ahead and come to the middle, be able to use technology in the right way. Interesting, right? In 2010, 11, Facebook groups. And this is just recent. Remember, our first smartphone came out in 2006, 2007. The first application came out around that time. Facebook groups had such an influence to move causes, to make sure people understood what was happening. And it created a shift. It created a difference. But at the same time, it also can create misinformation. It can create problems where it decides the policy of a country. It decides the regimes, it decides the political parties that can win. And one example for me was very close to my heart is in Nigeria, the Boko Haram conflict. What happened? So the Nigerian government wanted to go ahead and have more control, and in order for them to avoid misinformation, they started communicating between themselves, letting the world know what was really happening. Why is that important? Because sometimes when we talk about technology, we believe that it's free for everyone, no? That there's no framework, no regulatory control. And that itself proved that even though there was misinformation, even though some of these folks might have had the right to go ahead and communicate, still, we do not know if it's real or not. And this is where I believe very much that we look at today's conflict in the Ukraine, we realize that all that information that the Ukrainians have been able to put out there, communicated constantly. Sometimes that can be true, and many of us believe so. But there's two players in this. There's many, controversial attitudes. There's different opinions. Who is right, who's wrong? And I think this is where I really want to make sure that we start thinking of a framework for peace, right? I think that we have institutions. I mean, I was part of the climate agreement. And one of the best things about the climate agreement in Paris was that we had the business community and we had the government. Since 1992, we've been trying to figure out a framework where we need to stop and figure out how to solve the climate crisis. Now, because of the business community was there, we were able to see what are the impacts, right? We were able to get the entrepreneurs into the conversation. Now, those entrepreneurs, and I'll tell you a little story, Google started out of a carpet store practically. They didn't have much money, and we decided to invest. You would never imagine that a company like Google would have the impact that it has today. By one person investing, by one person giving them the opportunity. So when you have companies creating a difference, especially on the technology side, look to the future, look to the startup community. Because, not only because I've started many companies and because that's my love in life, but look at the opportunities that some of our startups in this particular region have done. One of them, I have a whole long list of them, but one of them, for example, in Egypt, created the first access to financial mechanisms in order for small, unbankable folks to be able to have a loan. In Vietnam, which is Kapash, I think, actually wanted to go ahead, especially for rural communities. Because when it comes to conflict, look at the rural communities' access to water, to services, to the basics, things that we need to be able to live in this world. This particular little company decided we want to create access to 86 million Vietnamese to have access to supermarkets, just the basics, 86 million. An immigrant from Spain came to New York, realized that the gig economy, that the gig workers, the sharing economy folks, the folks that work for Uber, that work for Airbnb and all of these, didn't have access to credit because they had bad credit scores. So what they did is they took the rates, the comments, and they created a system where you can actually have a new credit score. This has been used across different countries because as probably many of you know, there's billions of people without access to credit, without access to finance. And that's just one of the many, many industries. That's just financial inclusion, figuring out ways for people to earn some money, for them to be able to pay for a house and give their kids an education. How do we move that along? And we have been able to use technology in order to do that. And so when we talk about peace, when we talk about issues with conflict, I was born my parents were US diplomats. I was born in the second poorest country in the continent. And I realized since I was a kid how difficult it is, I being very lucky, for so much poverty. And people in that particular area of Central America, have degraded into narcotráfico, into problems that, they themselves don't have a job. They don't have access to finance. They don't want to go and work for the drug trafficking, but they have to take care of their children. They want to create opportunities for their kids, and they end up in the wrong side of the community. And this in itself creates more conflict, desperation, and people tend to want to attack, tend to want to misinform, tend to want to go ahead and create more and more problems. So when we use technology, and I think the future of technology, especially today, we are at a crossroads. we believe in the tech world, we believe in the tech world that we have to be able to have a mindful innovation. We've been talking about innovation for the last 20 years. We are part of the fourth industrial revolution. I see innovation for the future with a big I. Innovation that will so focus on real research, on real deep tech, on real science, ways for us to create new industries. Just like when we opened the government during the Obama administration, we created open.gov. Remember those days? We created a whole new industry, an industry that created the sharing economy. Folks, during a recession, could actually drive a car, could rent a room, and figure out ways that people could actually move financial mechanisms across different places by just changing the policy to enable technology to be accessible to everyone. So I think for the future, we need that mindful type of innovation, where we actually help on the education side, where we get citizens to be involved, when we realize that cooperation and collaboration is the way for us to mitigate that impact. I cannot emphasize enough how important, from personal reasons, from professional reasons, from what I do every day, we look to invest on social impact entrepreneurs, because we know that as we build those ecosystems, as we build new industries, regions like the one we're at, which is amazing, the growth that has happened here, the new industries, the enabling of technology, enabling of citizens and communities has occurred. You know, in this region, I'm so, hopeful that it will be a lot better, that you have such an amazing foundation, such an amazing infrastructure. And again, for me, when it comes to reducing conflict, figuring out ways for us to share best practices, best models, that is where we really are going to find that enabling of technology, because technology today has a ways to go, and we have to be able to use it for the greater good. Thank you again for allowing me to speak. I am here in order for us to be able to collaborate, share best practices. I do have an office in Dubai, and we have 5 offices in the region. So again, please count on us, and I really look forward to creating that global framework where we can actually work for a better world for the future generations, and the future of the region. Thank you, Dubai.
No, thank you, Natalia. Thank you so much indeed for that presentation, and thanks for being with us here in Dubai. Not sure if it's a good sign or a bad sign that the beanbags are out, but the beanbags are out indeed, which is probably a good sign for the crowd that we've got in. A lot of people turning out to listen to our 15 talkers who've been brought in from all corners of the globe. None more so than our next one. Okay, next up, inspiring governments to maintain the edge. What the edge? Well, how to bring together the never the twain shall meet, public and private. Can ever work together? How a bit of development in a couple of key specific areas can have a huge impact on the economy proper and, of course, the cognitive economy as well. One of the best to bring it to you as well. His partner at venture capital firm Quartz Capital, investing into global emerging category leaders. He's responsible for the fundraising side of that, generating new deal flow sources, but also for coming up with a general vision, the general outlook of the fund. Flown in especially to bring his presentation to us, inspiring governments to maintain the edge. How do we keep that edge? Please welcome Maxim Matias.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for having me, Dubai. I would like to ask you a question. What do you see when you see these 3 pictures? Sorry, we have a delay here. So, first picture, second picture incoming, and third picture. So what do you see in these 3 pictures? In the first picture, we are witnessing the first piece of technology ever being created. In the second picture, we see the first voyage Christopher Columbus's ship setting sail from Europe through the Atlantic towards the horizon to only come back with one of the greatest discoveries ever made. In the third picture, we see the Apollo 11 mission. A small step indeed, but resulting in a giant leap for mankind, progressing the world further. You can ask yourself multiple questions here. Were they all running from something? Was fear their biggest motivator? Or did they simply get curious because it is part of their DNA? When I look at paintings and pictures like this, I always tend to see three things. Firstly, the human side of things, where I imagine the traits and characteristics of those adventurers and the imagination and the power that they got that made them want to break a frontier. Secondly, imagine the investment side of things. Imagine what Christopher Columbus's sales pitch must have been to the local government and the private contractors who were brave and crazy enough to believe that story. And thirdly, from a governance perspective, imagine gluing all these tiny puzzle pieces together, like in the Apollo 11 mission, turning it into reality. So I got curious on a random day. I visited the World Bank's website and stumbled upon their research and development feature, because what else is there to do, right? To make you understand it, it shows you a country's annual GDP and a tiny proportion of it that is being invested into R&D, meaning new technologies, education, attracting talent, and so on. So I asked myself a very basic question. How do we basically, if I study a certain nation, say Germany, UK, or UAE, and I would look at the country and the similar way I do when studying a startup at the verge of becoming a unicorn, would I ultimately invest into it or not? As a venture capitalist, you stitch together tons of different data sources. You progress kind of like your feeling for emerging market, about disruptive forces, and you basically every single day progress your inner gut feeling to see how far we can go. Here we see a leaderboard that I have generated for a few countries. Sorry, there's a delay. Yeah, so here we see a leaderboard that I have generated for a few countries, and it shows their respective R&D in terms of percentage and the dollars spent. Over the last year, in the United States, the GDP was close to 3.5%. That's resulting in $720 billion. That's 1% larger than China, and even if it sounds like a tiny number, the result in economic output is enormous. South Korea, together with Israel, are actually the highest R&D investors in the world, and you can clearly feel and see this. In South Korea, 75% of all the R&D originates from the private sector, primarily from companies like Samsung, so not the government. The average for most developed nations is approximately 70%. The UK is slightly below that, and that's very alarming. In South Korea, for many aspiring professionals, the term Samsung man exists, and they have a choice to make. Either go work for the private sector, primarily companies like Samsung or startups, or choose the public sector. And rather rarely does the public sector win. Germany, one of the pillars of the EU, has amongst the highest R&D spending in terms of dollars and percentages in the world. But what matters is not where these R&D dollars are being invested into, but directly kind of like where it results into. Now, I'd like you to imagine that you are a German citizen. So what comes to mind? Well, perhaps it is the Made in Germany brand, cars, and everything else exporting to the entire world. In tech, some of this we call legacy systems. Now, imagine you're sitting on a legacy throne in the 80s and 90s, and all of the new tech and opportunities are flying by you. Fast forward, you and I are in 2023. So how would you feel if these new opportunities, new tech, everything is flying by you? This is a common discussion behind closed doors in the European Union and needs to be discussed if we as governments want to create and maintain our edge. And unfortunately, most of Germany's R&D budget goes into maintaining these legacy systems. That's absolutely fine and very much needed, but I'm sure that all of you as German citizens want progress. So how do we increase our actual R&D budget, upskill our workforce, and boost our economy? What's fascinating is that each public dollar in Japan long-term translates into more than $3 coming from the private sector. That's just how it works. But the government also expects a return one way or another. Can you believe that if that's not economic fuel, then what is? Here we see what R&D looks like under the magnifying glass. The 100% that we see on the screen, that's the entire global R&D budget. And a shocking insight here is that hype around a certain topic, for example, climate change, doesn't necessarily mean that it's receiving the majority of the budget. Let me show you. This is how much goes into hardware and electronics, 23.5%. Pharmaceuticals and biotech, cars, and software, leaving us with less than 1/3 for all the other stuff. But what's truly interesting is how much goes into alternative energy. To be precise, only 1% does. Only 1. We have been labeling alternative energy now for decades, but what we can clearly see from this slide is that we don't care about it at all. I'm not trying to be like Greta here, but if we care for our future, that something in that number needs to change, right? There's also a good thing to all of this. Out of all of the startup founders that I see, approximately 1 in 10 is trying to create an impact. And we need governments to grab onto this and just make it simply bigger and more powerful. Do you remember that 70% of all the R&D budget comes from the private sector? So where exactly is it coming from? On this slide, we see the top corporate R&D spenders, you know, the more notable names, Samsung, Volkswagen, Huawei, etc. This batch of companies have amongst the highest R&D budgets in the world, but their growth is somewhat steady. This batch of companies, on the left side, General Electric, Nestle, HSBC, they have shrinking R&D budgets. Keep this in mind when studying the company deeper. But what about companies that are breaking the frontier in a literal sense? For example, SpaceX. When studying the company closer, we will clearly see that it is attracting some of the biggest talents in the world, because everybody wants to write history. And that, for one, is the key to maintaining an edge, attracting talent. Sorry, something we don't see here, not on this slide, something we don't see here is how big of a contributor venture capital is to all of this. Approximately 1% of US GDP comes from venture capital. And if we're looking at all of the top corporates and public companies, more than 50% of VC-backed companies like Amazon, Apple, and so on are actually the contributors in this. On the right side of this graph, we also see Amazon, the orange blurb. It's massive, isn't it? It's one of those whales that is kind of cruising through oceans, not behind Christopher Columbus, but is generating more R&D than entire nations. If we compare Amazon basically to the United Kingdom, it spends almost as much as the entire United Kingdom taken together. So I have a question for you. Are governments able to keep up with a pace like that we see from the private sector? If there only would be a map basically outlining where the R&D investment of companies are going into. Luckily, we have a map made by CB Insights that shows exactly the strategy of Amazon. Amazon has 3 strategies. It invests, acquires, and partners up with companies. And all of those have a common pattern. Some of those startups and corporates are all trying to leverage data. And some of those tech-native whales that we saw on the previous slide, they all have this in common. They're basically thinking of you as users and the data that you are generating, and it is part of their central recipe for the firm's future success. Are governments doing the same, or is it just in the private sector? So what we as governments need to do is we need to take an active change and basically look at companies like that and perhaps even learn from them. So how can governments create an edge, and even better, how do they maintain it, similar to the discussions that we would have in the European Union? The evolution of our recent economy is able to assist us here. In the past, we had an industrial revolution, meaning a classic, traditional buyer and supplier relationship, where our focus was primarily on mass and product-centric creation. Through digitalization and the sudden urge of interconnecting absolutely everything, we're now moving towards a platform economy that is powered by data. And new services are being created literally from thin air here. There is, of course, curiosity that is being created by entrepreneurs, and there is a need. But here you see that the investment side of things and the human talent is working beautifully together. But what will the post-platform economy look like? I don't mean in 100 years, but in 10, 20. Perhaps the platform middleman will also be removed. And then our focus will be on absolute resource and cost optimization, solving highly complex social, labor, and economic aspects. Where does that leave the governments? Some of the players that we see currently in the platform economy are already reaping the benefits. And some of those will become category leaders in the cognitive economy. So what's highly important in order to answer that question is that governments are currently in a limbo. They need to be able to understand that the private sector is creating certain trends out there. They're not always able to follow it. Only some of them are now slowly waking up out of a dream in the industrial economy, and are basically digitalizing some of their governmental services. So they have a unique opportunity today. They're able to follow these trends, but even more than that, they will be able to create those trends and be like those adventurers, Christopher Columbus and whoever was working in the Apollo 11 mission, and use those innovative tools that the private sector gives them and the public sector as well, and create and build out those trends, and even more, use that in order to build out a modern legacy. The most important part is that when the future humans will be looking at the times of digitalization, they will have to say that there was a collaboration between the private and the public sector. And we don't want that they don't say, fools, why didn't you start to collaborate earlier? Learn from each other, be curious about each other, and create a powerful edge that you're able to maintain. So I will leave you with your own curiosity to think about it, how you can build this bridge between the private and the public sector. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Maxim. Maxim, thank you very much indeed for that. A big thanks to Maxim Matthäus for his presentation and for giving us yet more food for thought as well. To that food for thought, if you've got any comments, you know what to do. You've got the QR code to hand at the moment. You can tweet via the QR code, so do send your thoughts and comments through on the QR code, which is printed on that piece of paper somewhere in and around your seat. Okay, on next, as we keep up the pace at the moment and looking forward to this one, it's a journey journey into the future, my friends, and we have a perfect guide to take us into the future. See how tech is changing our lives fundamentally and will continue to do so. So, the Pride of Mexico, a Mexican physicist, data scientist, TV host, educator, and entrepreneur. The first, so a groundbreaker no less, the first Mexican woman to earn a PhD in physics from Stanford, no less. She was approached by the Finnish government to build the country's first quantum computer, no less. She's been honored with multiple honorees, recognitions, awards around the globe. She is a public speaker in much demand. She's also a well-known TV presenter, currently appearing on Weird Earth on the Weather Channel, and has been selected, no less, by Wired magazine as part of the most inspiring women of the decade list. We're blessed to have her here in Dubai. She's the CEO of Soul for You. From Mexico, please welcome Dr. Deborah Benaviche.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you to Chitan Chaudhuri, to PK Gulati, and to His Excellency Mohammed bin Talia for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be here. So I'd like to start with a story about me growing up. I was this little girl that you're seeing in the picture, growing up in Mexico City. And I grew up in a conservative community that sadly discouraged young women from pursuing careers in science, especially mathematics and physics, because they were for men. So from a very young age, I was extremely curious and inquisitive. But I was told that, my mother even told me, I should hide my love for physics because no boy would ever be interested in me, and I probably couldn't ever marry, which almost happened. And so I grew up hiding this curiosity, and I grew up in a household that had a beautiful aspect to it, which was that it celebrated failure. Every Friday night when we had dinner with the family, my father encouraged us to say not only what we loved during the week, but also what we failed at. That was a symbol of victory, because failing at something means that we try something new, that we expand our skills and our curiosity, and it makes us brave. And that's what science needs. It doesn't need memorization for the right formula or the right answer. It needs us to be brave and not perfect, which is most of the times how a lot of young girls are not brought up to be. We are told that we should appear perfect. And many times we don't want to risk not being perfect, and so we choose careers that come easily to us. So I learned that. And I learned that my curiosity and my perseverance would take me all the way. So when I was growing up, my counselors in school told me that there was a career that I could pick that was more feminine. It wasn't physics, it was philosophy. And of course they asked questions about the universe and where we're from and all that, so it's more appropriate for a girl like you. And so they recommended, and I entered university to study philosophy. And in Mexico, we have the European system, which means I could only study one topic, philosophy and nothing else. So behind everyone's back, I was reading the mysterious and obscure stories about physicists like Tycho Brahe, who was a Danish astronomer who Kepler derived his formula of planetary motion from Tycho. And I was reading all these stories thinking to myself, you know, maybe I'll be like Tycho Brahe, locked up in a tower and antisocial and not having many friends, but at least I'll have my meticulous observations to keep me company. And that kept me going. I said, hopefully I won't lose my nose like Tycho Brahe did in a duel. And he actually made his own copper nose that he exchanged for galas, and he wore a gold one then. So all of that to say that after 2 years of philosophy, I was still incredibly curious and passionate about pursuing a career in physics. So behind everyone in my family and my teachers, I applied to schools in the US. But I also knew that my family could not possibly pay the high fees of an American university compared to what they cost in Mexico. So I was very fortunate that I received a letter from Brandeis University, a small school in Massachusetts, stating that my passion was jumping out of my application on the paper, that if I took some extra tests and I wrote another essay, they could consider me for a full scholarship that they give to 2 international students every year. I won the scholarship and I attended. And there, in my first semester, I had the courage of finally taking my first formal physics class. But it was a very basic class, a large auditorium like this one. I was all the way in the back, and I was shy because I didn't even remember algebra. I had no confidence. I had been told all my life that physics was not for me, and that it was for geniuses, and that I could not do it. I befriended a gentleman by the name of Rupesh Oja. And Rupesh was a wonderful graduate student from India, and the first person who believed in me. He said my eyes would light up every time I asked him questions about the planets and quantum mechanics and statistical mechanics. It was just so fascinating for me. And one day we were walking in Harvard Square, and I looked into Rupesh's eyes, and I had tears in my eyes, and I said, Rupesh, I know I probably won't be able to achieve this, but I want to try to do physics. I don't want to die without trying. So Rupesh got up and called his advisor at Brandeis University, who was the chair of the undergraduate student committee, and he said to me, as soon as I went to his office, he handed me a book, which was an alien language for me at the time. It's called Div, Grad, and Curl, Vector Calculus in 3 Dimensions. And he said, we've done this because my problem was that I had a scholarship as a transfer student from Mexico for only 2 years, and the physics major normally takes 4 years. So he handed me this book and he said, if in 2 months you're able to master this material, we'll let you skip through the first 2 years of the physics bachelor's program so that you can finish with your scholarship. So this man, Rupesh, decided to mentor me and devoted his entire summer to tutoring me, and we didn't have much time, so it was Saturday, derivatives, Sunday, integrals, Monday, first 3 chapters of classical mechanics, and so on, until he dropped me in my junior year, which is one before the last year, and I tried not to burn too many capacitors in my electronics lab, and I ended up succeeding, and I graduated with highest honors from Brandeis University with both a physics and a philosophy degree. Thank you. After that, I went back to Mexico, and there I enrolled in the master's program. And I remember I was still in my 20s, and my sister said, you know, being that you're already a spinster, I encourage you to try to date people, even if you don't like them that much. And I realized that was definitely not an environment that fit my kind of dreams. I had big dreams. So again, I went to my advisors in Mexico and I said, well, I applied to several universities. My curiosity just cannot be satisfied here, and the kinds of experiments I want to do, I have to do them elsewhere. And I read that Steve Chu, who won the Nobel Prize in '97 and who later was the Secretary of Energy during Obama's administration, was the first person ever to manipulate a single strand of DNA Yes, before him, every DNA that we ever analyzed was in culture. That is many, many, many strands in a little solution. You couldn't really know its mechanical properties, its physical, how it recoils, how it bends into this molecule. It was incredible. And so I told my advisor in Mexico, you know, I want to go, and I applied. I have a Mexican government scholarship, and I applied to Stanford. I saw this guy on the internet named Steve Chu, and he's doing fascinating stuff. And my advisor's jaw dropped. He said, "What? Do you realize he just won the Nobel Prize?" I said, "No, I didn't know. I'm not shy by any means, but I probably wouldn't have written such a casual email like, hey, I want to work with you." And so Steve Chu admitted me directly to his lab, and I worked there. Eventually, things didn't exactly work out with Steve because I didn't like working in a basement doing experiments. I decided that I wanted to become a theoretical physicist. So I switched my career to my advisor here, another Nobel Prize winner, Bob Laughlin, who won the Nobel for the fractional quantum Hall effect. So I became very, very passionate about the theory of quantum and how atomic and subatomic particles work. And Joe Keller up there is a mathematician that I collaborated with, and I ended up doing computational simulations of quantum. And then below him is my dad, may he rest in peace. That actually, I remember, just like all my girlfriends in Mexico were praying to, for their parents to be there at their wedding and all that. For me, I was thinking and hoping so much that my parents, that didn't quite understand what I was doing, would actually be at my PhD defense. And they did see that, and it was a very emotional moment. I graduated, and I was told that I became the first Mexican woman to earn a PhD in physics from Stanford. And with that, with all the struggle that took, came a huge responsibility to pay it forward. Because it all started with Rupesh, this man, this mentor from India. He grew up in Darjeeling, which I'm picturing here, in the mountains in India. And there was an old man who used to climb up to his town and teach him the tabla, the musical instrument, math and English. And whenever they wanted to pay him, the old man said, "No, the only way you could ever pay me back is if you do this with someone else in the world." And that's how my mission in life began, to pay it forward and inspire and encourage other minorities, and especially young women who would like to pursue careers in STEM. So I advise now governments and companies into the future of technology and how we can create more successful stories like mine. How can we encourage more women and more minorities to create amazing companies that solve the problems of today? This is one of my favorite projects. We live in a connected world. We're no longer living in an era where our phone is our only device. We have cyborgs, people who have chips inside them that can perform things and communicate miles away with a computer. And this project was done about 10 years ago. Basically, the local government in Seattle and in New York wanted to know what happens to trash after it goes away. So they put GPS chips very much like the ones inside your cell phones, and this is what happened. after a couple of weeks, the movement of trash was erratic. It went everywhere. But after a few months, there were clear local economies being formed because alkaline batteries were later transformed to be recharged and resold in Africa. And print cartridges, they were disassembled, and then they go to Mexico, where I grew up, and they were reused and resold. Oops, sorry. But now we are in 2023, and we have advanced a lot from then. We have pretty good data and data practices and governance. We have good infrastructure, and we're pretty good on the algorithm and modeling of things. When people ask me about the future, I used to imagine that it would be like the Jetsons. But I don't have to imagine it anymore because it's here. We have Lilium, a German company that actually manufactures planes, little jets that can take off and land vertically, and they're doing transport within cities, very much comparing their speeds and all that. They're electric vehicles and planes, and they don't consume that much energy, and they're noiseless. So it's quite an amazing feat. So we're already in the Jetsons. Oh, sorry. Now, I give advice to governments and companies to choose between three different types of strategies to build with all the novel technologies that we have around, whether it's AI, quantum computing, machine learning, etc. Growth is the first strategy, operations, or customer behavior and customer engagement. The first one with growth is creating new business models. For example, Rolls-Royce used to sell hardware. Well, they're no longer a hardware company. This is the largest engine ever built by humans, and it's called the jet engine. It's, of course, a turbine for airplanes, but now they embed General Electric sensors in this jet engine that are the size of a human hair, about 120 microns, that test and constantly report on the temperature and pressure and conditions of the turbine, of the engine. And so now they don't sell you, you don't have to disassemble the engine every 2,000 hours of use. They can promise you power by the hour, and they promise 10,000 hours of power. We have intelligent streets which are being built, and already the government of Minnesota is connecting sensors in traditional and automated vehicles that connect with stations and can in real time implement more efficient and optimized routing of traffic. And we also have the models for operation that increase efficiency on how you operate a company. Shell is a magnificent example because they used to take 5 years to inspect a pipeline, an oil refinery. 5 years. And now, with the help of AI, pictures, and image recognition software, they can do it in 1 month. So they run their operations much more efficiently. And finally, governments can also interact with the public and engage the public for more loyalty, like voting, and engaging changing customer behavior, consumer behavior. So I worked for the New York Times, and we not only figured out through data what makes certain customers drop the subscription, but how to engage with them. I'm going to end by saying that I work in quantum computing, and I'm very specifically interested in using quantum for climate change, whether it's manufacturing electrical batteries better or developing new healthcare medicines. I just want to finish by saying that technology alone will not get us anywhere. Progress only comes when people are involved. Thank you so much for your attention.
Deborah, thank you very much indeed to you. A huge thanks to Dr. Deborah for being with us here in Dubai. Okay, as we move on to the next of our presentations, and a very special guest joining us now on the main stage, somebody who plays a key role in defining and articulating the strategic vision for public service transformation here in the UAE, specifically in Abu Dhabi, but further afield across the UAE. Today he's leading the Abu Dhabi program for Effortless Customer Experience. And that is the title of his presentation, Effortless Customer Experiences by Design. In fact, he spent the last decade of his career playing an instrumental role in multiple government public service transformation programs in Abu Dhabi here in the UAE. We're absolutely honored, and it is a privilege to have him with us here this afternoon. And so, to the GX Talks, please, for Effortless Customer Experiences by Design, please welcome His Excellency Syed Al Mullah.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, it is my absolute honor and pleasure to be here once again to continue our discussions on Abu Dhabi's effortless experience. You know, they say to transform one customer journey or one experience takes around 8 to 12 months. In Abu Dhabi, we want to transform all our customer experience for all members of the public. That's around, if you take that into context, that's around 3,000 journeys or 3,000 experiences. And we can't afford for it to take 8 to 12 months if we want to do this in 2 years. So allow me to share with you today our experience 1 year on Abu Dhabi's effortless experiences and where we have reached so far. Our journey started a year ago, and we set out to answer one question. How do we transform customer experience in Abu Dhabi? How do we make it the most effortless place to be in, to live in, to work in, and to have fun in? And you'd think after 2 months of intensive research, we'd have the answer, but guess what? We didn't. We actually ended up with 5 questions that we had to answer to actually answer our first questions. And I want to share with you today those 5 questions. Today, although my session today will delve deep into the design aspect of customer experience, I want to highlight one important message. Customer experience is a strategic, transformational journey for any government, and it is an institutional endeavor, and rightly so. What I mean by this is, last year I spoke about our 4D model, so the direction, where do we want to head to as a government? Number 2, the design, which I'm going to go deeper into today and give you examples of that. Number 3, the development, how to bring the actual design, once we've redesigned the service, into life, and that's through the development, whether it's digital or physical development. And finally, delivery, as we call it in customer experience, the moment of truth is when we actually start delivering the services to the public and start getting feedback and understanding how we're performing on our services. I'd like to start with the first question, policy. Policy is a big word, and usually policy is an abstract document that you have there and you only refer to it when needed, right? And we wanted to make sure that when it came to Abu Dhabi's customer experience policy, we want to make sure this is ingrained into the culture and the lifestyle of every institute out there and its people and the workforce. And to do that, number 1, we put a clear direction. We had to answer 2 questions. Number 1, where do we want to get to when it comes to customer experience? And we made it very clear that we want to be the number 1 effortless government, right? We set a goal, we set a target very clearly. Number 2, which is really the most difficult part, is how to promote ownership and accountability. Meaning, how do we tell everyone clearly what their role is? Now, if I give you an example of an analogy, in a football team of 11 players in the field, everyone knows the goal, so it's easy to set the goal. Their goal is to win, right? And everyone knows that. And if you ask any player, including the coach, what is your goal? They say it's to win, it's to beat the other team. The thing is, if you don't set out and say your role is to attack, your role is to hold the midfield, your role is to defend, and the keeper, of course, to be in between the post and hold that fort. No one would do it, right? You can't just randomly send people. And this is what is extremely important in the policy set out to do, that we want our roles to be clear for every part of the government, as the central government, as our digital arm, and as every single institution in the government as well. Our second question was, okay, so we set out the policy, we know our goal, we know where we want to reach to, and we know who should do what. But what do we do now? What do we focus on? And our first goal was to understand what we have and what we offer as a government, and that was to build our service catalog. That exercise took almost a year, and we came to understand that we have around 3,000 experiences that the public could experience from the government. And that's not, although that people consider that a gold mine in itself, but it's not just about understanding what services you have and what you offer. It's about understanding how are these services performing, and what do we focus on? How do we create the biggest impact on the shortest time? And to do that, we split our services into a vertical stream. These are your individual service. For example, if I want a driver license, I want to renew my car registration, and into horizontal stream. These are key life moments, like moving to Abu Dhabi, starting a family in Abu Dhabi, and so on. And we set clear criteria. We have 3 criteria to prioritize our vertical stream, and we have 7 criteria to prioritize our horizontal stream. The third question we set out is, okay, great, now we understand what our priorities are in Abu Dhabi, we understand our goal, we understand our priorities. How do we go about and accelerate this process change? As you recall, I said this process usually takes 8 to 12 months, and we said we can't afford that. We want to make it much faster. How do we do that? One thing I want to, we were in a paradox for one reason, because although we had to speed up this process, one critical aspect in customer experience is not to rush the design. A lot of mistakes we see happening over and over and over repeatedly is that people get excited about rushing into the development before they lock in and get the design right. And this is what we wanted to avoid in Abu Dhabi. And we intentionally built a bespoke design lab in our government, in our headquarters, and we said this is the place where we bring in all the government, all the institutions, the key players into one room, and what we tell them here is that take your time, and before defining the problem, first of all, admit there's a problem. And trust me, if you think that doesn't take time, it does. You have to admit, first of all, there's a problem. You have to admit we don't have the greatest customer experience or process ever, and that it can get better. And then we spend time defining what the real challenge statement is. We don't want to scratch the surface in solving the problem. We want to dive into the root cause and fix those issues, because we know this is how we transform into effortless customer experiences. And I think the best way for me to explain that is to give you 3 examples of services we've worked on. We do this, by the way, in 8 waves. Each wave we take a number of services, and then we transform those services from a current scenario to a to-be scenario. I want to give you examples of actual live cases that are today live that we want to share with you. And this is all thanks to the effort that the teams in the lab have put in 2 weeks of intense workshops to get through this and finally come out with the final design. This is one of our most sought after services in Abu Dhabi. It's a request of clearance of goods. If I want to import anything to Abu Dhabi, this is the service I would use. It has about 1 million transactions a year. And we took it from a state of 16 touch points to 9 and 17 to 7 minutes. And people can say, Saeed, are you proud of that? And I can say, yeah, that's amazing. But that's not the true win for me here. What's beautiful about this is the hidden messages you get through transforming a service like this. One is this service was used heavily by brokers. That means that people would see it so complicated that they don't want to even get into it. What they would do is they would simply hand over to someone to use the service on their behalf. The usage was around 0.34%. We finished this in the span of 1 month. That rose to 20%. So That is something, these are the hidden messages that sometimes you need to realize. And this is why it's extremely important to note down every single metric and measurement for a service when diving into a situation like this, to understand what the impact we are creating before and after we complete our design. This service is live today, by the way, and that's how we measure the impact of the percentage of usage and the transaction number. Another service that's very interesting, and I'll tell you the hidden value that we got here. So yes, we got it down from 18 touch points. This is a service with the Quality and Conformity Council, just to give you an explanation. So basically, if I want to be a bus driver, a school bus driver, and I have a driving license to drive a bus, then I need to take special courses so that I can be a school bus driver, and they're mainly revolved around safety, right? And this process used to take around 2 weeks. I have to get through 18 touch points, but most importantly, I had to go between the public and the private sector. I had to switch to get the service. And the team thought brilliantly here, and they said, why do I need to go to 2 channels? Why can't I hand over the service to the private sector so that they can offer it on behalf of the government and we can be in the background, right? Why does the customer need to deal with us? And that's exactly what happened. So the assessment centers now, they apply on behalf of the users, and they get the service and the certificate basically from the government, and they hand it over to the users. In reality, the service doesn't exist anymore. It's not even accessible, because you go to the assessment center and get it. From a public perspective and from the government, it is not there anymore. And the hidden value for the first case and the second case as well is that, remember I spoke about the policy and how important is it to ingrain this policy into the culture and lifestyle? Both these entities set up their own internal design lab to work on all of their services. And that's what's important. We've trained over 600 individuals to understand the policy inside out, and we've provided them with a guideline, a playbook on how to do this. And this is the win that I see. This is how we're going to scale up and able to get the 3,000 experiences out there by the end of 2 years. Perhaps the next case is one of my favorite cases. It belongs to the Abu Dhabi Pension Fund, who basically a lot of retirees deal with. And this is a service basically that any retired person would go to the Abu Dhabi Pension Fund and request whomever may concern certificate. If I'm retired and I want to take a bank loan, that's what the bank would usually ask me for. They say just a proof that I'm retired and I have a certain income coming in my bank account. And we thought, and the team thought brilliantly here as well, and they said, why do I need to go and request a service? This is something, as long as it's valid to me, I need to have it in my pocket, right, in my wallet. Exactly like how I have my driver license in my wallet all the time. And when someone says, do you have a driver license? I say, yes, here it is. It's in my wallet, and today it's in our phones, right? Car registration, same thing. And the team thought brilliantly here and said, no, you don't need to request a service. It's going to always be there in your digital wallet. We call it the AD locker in TEM, and you can download the certificate at any time. And this service, by the way, in reality is not there anymore. So it doesn't, if you go to TEM now, you cannot apply to it because it's just there in your locker. And what these 2 cases prove is that if we really spend time on design and we think about the customer first, it's not about bringing the service from here to here, from 20 steps to 5 steps. Sometimes it comes down to 0 steps, really. And sometimes it's out there for the customer. So this is why it's important that we really focus on our design. I see I have 2 minutes left, so I have to hurry up. The 4th and 5th question, research shows that although design is absolutely critical, 50% to transform the government is about the people. And we set out on capability building, and we have a huge transformation program for our people. We don't want our designs and our services to be effortless. We want the people behind it, the support system, to be effortless as well, to complete that formula. And finally, measurement. We need to close the loop, right? You've seen the numbers that we have. In order to close this loop, we need to understand where we were, where are we getting to? Are we seeing progress, yes or no? And one of the most critical things this allows for is educated decision making. Do we slow down the program? Do we speed up the program? Can I scale it even further based on the results that I'm seeing? And at the end of 2 years, I'm able to understand, did I reach the goal I set out in my policy? Am I the most effortless government in the world? Without measurement, I can't answer that question. If I'm to leave you with a closing statement, I want to leave you with two notions and two messages. Number one, as I mentioned in the beginning, customer experience is a strategic transformation journey. Please treat it as an institutional endeavor, not as just a one-time endeavor or fragmented endeavor. What I mean by that is, please don't go into development without design, nor design without development, and finally, of course, delivery. I can design the best service in the world, but if it's not, if the public can't access it, what did I gain, right? It's just there in my desk. I can also rush out to publish services, but if I haven't designed it properly, it's not an effortless government, right? The second message is leadership sponsorship. And sponsorship branches out into two things. One, leadership, availability and investment and time into this. And the second part of sponsorship is belief. Belief has to come from the top. Do we actually believe that we are able to transform our customer experience? Yes or no? I have to say, in Abu Dhabi, we've been extremely blessed to have both, which is why you've seen the results that you have in making our services effortless, and will continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Our thanks to His Excellency for his kind presentation and for joining us here this afternoon. Great to have him back at the GX Talks. Do tweet your thoughts and opinions through to us. We've got music coming your way shortly, not though before we've got a couple more presentations as we keep the thought process moving forward. And what are we, about an hour and a half in or so? We have had several presentations and no mention of the M word until now. Metaverse is now coming your way, okay? Because we've got, well, he was the father of the Indian gaming industry, which does that therefore make him the godfather of the metaverse industry over in India? I don't know, he certainly is a pioneer in that field, a pioneer of the health metaverse space in India, across Asia, and further afield. Look, you're about to feel and really see his passion for technology, fitness and gaming. All of that has led him to not only want to talk about it, to create Goki, which is focused on preventative healthcare, helping people like you and me and others make a positive change towards a healthier lifestyle and be good along the way as well. Listen, his efforts have been recognized. He's among the top 50 executives in the mobile content space. That voted for by the UK-based Mobile Entertainment magazine. It's an absolute pleasure to have him here in Dubai. So, to talk us through his presentation, Power Play, and he will bring the power, convergence of metaverse and health in the game of life. Please welcome to the floor the founder and the CEO of Goki, Vishal Gondal.
Thanks. Hello, Dubai. So today I'm going to talk to you about the game of life. Well, I've been a game developer and game programmer all my life, so you can see my various avatars. But today I'm not talking about gaming. I'm talking about the world of healthcare. And oh boy, the healthcare system is broken. And why is it broken? Because I challenge that it is actually not even healthcare. It's essentially sick care. It has been designed to take care of people who have already led unhealthy lives, got diabetes, blood pressure, and then we are giving them medicines which only subside the symptoms. But something happened in the last few years which drastically changed the industry, and that was COVID. COVID created a massive transformation in the world of healthcare globally, and digitization, remote care, and all these things suddenly became a reality. What we saw was, suddenly there was a massive tectonic shift in behavior. All of us were now experiencing services at home. We didn't want to go to hospitals or avoid hospitals. So suddenly, remote care became the norm. all consumers started having devices, apps, and all kinds of medical devices which you are using at home to measure various parameters. So suddenly data, healthcare data which was typically held by a hospital or a doctor or an insurance company, started coming in the hands of consumers, which was very, very unique. And the reference point suddenly is no longer about population. It's about you, it's about personalization. Every one of us had our vaccine certificates, all our medical reports, and suddenly when we go to a doctor, we are no longer just asking for medicine, we are asking for them to be a guide. So now the role of a doctor, which was largely prescriptive, is transforming to something which is more around guiding, coaching, and so on. And the other big tectonic shift which I'm seeing is because of the change in who owns the data and who controls the data, is the transition from Web 2 to Web 3, which is going to happen very rapidly, and especially in industries like healthcare, education. So far, we are only talking about Web 3 in the context of NFTs and Bored Apes and all these things. But very soon, all these technologies are going to be coming home very soon to technologies and applications we use every day. So the big question is, whenever I meet governments and doctors and hospitals, everybody believes that healthcare is an issue of accessibility and data. They say, make me an app which will connect me to the best expert in the world, or make me an app which will tell me which medicine to have or which foods to eat. And I challenge them to say, is healthcare about accessibility and data, or is healthcare the issue of motivation? And that's really where my expertise come in, around motivation. And why do I say that? We all know the cigarette pack already says it's going to cause you cancer. We all know whether it is colas or junk food, it's not good for you. But we still continue to do that. And this is what is leading to all the lifestyle diseases which are causing the huge healthcare issues. So if you really see the entire system, what really needs to change is this. So my question is, if I'm asking you that if all of this makes so much sense, which is the best health app in the world? And I'm sure all of you will have your favorite health apps, but I'm going to tell you the name of one health app which, if not you, but a lot of people around you which must have used. And I call it the game Pokemon Go. This one game made more people in the world walk, run, and find Pokemons and be more active. And I'm sure you've had your kids or family members trying to hunt for Pokemons. And this was one of the best examples to show that how behavior modification can not just happen by scaring you to say you're going to die because of diabetes, but how we can incentivize using the right behavior mechanics. And that's where I come in. I'm not a PhD, I'm not an MBA, I'm not even a graduate. I'm just a college dropout who codes games. But gamers have the solutions to most of the problems in the world, because we are always the outsiders. So when you think of healthcare as a problem of building more hospitals and building more, having more pharma companies selling you billions of dollars of medicine, we think of it on how can we make it fun, how can we make it interesting, and how can I change your behavior to adopt this? So thinking about life as a game, if life was a game, your question is, how do you win the game of life? I can't give you, like my computer game, 10 lives or God mode where you never die. So you would die, but the game is, how do you live longer? So longevity is the key metric. And when people talk about healthcare expenditure, I'm like, we are measuring the wrong metric. Governments need to talk about how long and how healthy their population is living. And if you look at how this game of life was built, it had different levels. So you had to cross the level of sleep, nutrition, fitness, cognition, and happiness. And this is ikigai or whatever you call it. And that gets you to live longer and healthier. So me and my team put together this crazy idea, and we said, let us see how this game would look like. So let me show you a quick video on that. But before that, 2 bits on the boring part on what is the metaverse. I'm sure you have read millions of books and tweets and stuff around the metaverse, but one thing is that it is literally the next iteration of the web. We started with Web 1.0. Web 2.0 was all about social networks, Facebook, Twitter, Amazon, and now Web 3 is really going to be more special, and with all the latest equipment we are using, whether it is the faster networks, and especially now with 5G and 6G coming up, and blockchain and NFT happening, which runs into cloud computing. So this is happening, whether you like it or no. Metaverse and all these technologies are going to become very, very ubiquitous. So how do we imagine the world with this? So here is a quick video on that.
There is no better wealth than good health. We strongly believe in this. And driven by this idea, we introduced the Health Metaverse. We believe every effort taken towards better health should be rewarded. This is why every task you complete will help you collect our tokens, an industry-defining blockchain token for healthcare. Use these tokens to get rewards, health products, virtual invites, health and fitness services, insurance, virtual property, fitness event passes, or choose to support social causes. What's more, you can even interact with the metaverse by creating your very own NFT avatar. Your avatar will be assigned a special age, determined by your health status. Your age improves as you work out, meditate, or when you complete objectives within the metaverse.
So literally what we are talking about is using your real world health data and connecting it to the bridge, which is the metaverse, to your own virtual avatar. So what I'm really talking about is creating a framework. See, today when we talk of gamers, we think of these people who are sitting in their dark rooms and just being inactive and lazy. But if you combine both these worlds in a way, and I call it building the Tamagotchi of a healthier you. Tamagotchi in Japan started as this virtual pet. You got a fish, a virtual fish, and you had to go and make sure you feed the fish, you clean the tank, change the water. But if you don't take care of your fish eventually dies. Now here, the only difference is you are your own virtual pet. And that creates the gaming environment. And everybody will be more and more incentivized to do this. And guess what? Not only you, your insurance companies, your providers will start looking at underwriting you not on your real age, but what is the age of your virtual avatar, because that kind of reflects it. And that's when it comes to how do you change the incentive
The traditional
structures.
healthcare system is still far from perfect. We still focus on treating illnesses after they cause problems, rather than preventing them in the first place. Chronic diseases such as diabetes, heart issues, and cancer have further burdened the healthcare system. The nature of these diseases means that surgeries and pills are often not enough. There is a huge dependency on lifestyle changes too. With a growing geriatric population, the problem is only going to get worse all over the world. Goki's mission is to solve this problem and create a healthier future for us all. We know that the biggest shifts in the future of healthcare will not be in super labs, but in our mindsets as we prioritize health over everything else. Since our inception.
So when I talk about mindset, here is a big challenge we took to ourselves, diabetes. We know it's one of the big problems worldwide, one of the big killers. Now, diabetes has been traditionally, type 2 diabetes should not be existing. It's largely a disease related to lifestyle, you eating too much carbohydrates, not having enough activity. But people still do it. And the problem was the incentive structure. So we have created this program, we have rolled it out in India, and we are now rolling it out slowly in other parts of the world, where we are saying that, hey, your body doesn't have sugar, it actually has gold. So, and the way to mine this gold is to adopt a healthy lifestyle. You get points, and these points get converted into gold. So suddenly, you are no longer telling somebody that you have to think of your diabetes as something which is going to destroy your kidneys, but something which can convert to gold. And this program had in 90 days 1.5% reduction in HbA1c levels. And not only that, all the participants were happily, adhering, giving data, always engaging, because suddenly we changed it from a mechanism of scare to a mechanism of reward and winning. In fact, in places like India and even Dubai, the two favorite things is sugar and gold. So we somehow combine this, and this is an example of creating a perfect reward system to figure out a disease like diabetes. Finally, when you think of the healthcare system, and especially now that I'm speaking at the World Government Summit, there is a whole question on what should governments do? Where should they invest their billions of dollars in? What kind of services should they offer? But I want to give you another challenge. The challenge is that in the new world, what makes you a superpower? In the past, we thought it was about weapons, atom bombs, armies, navies, oil, gas, everything else. But today, in the post-COVID environment, it has changed.
The future superpowers won't be countries with the largest armies or weapons, but countries with a healthy population. And that's the vision behind Health Metaverse.
So that's really where I'm coming from. I think if we really have to think about the future generations, today we saw COVID, how it could come and destroy lives across the world. And this is not going to be the end. We are going to see more pandemics in the future. And the only way to be future ready is to create a system which is incentivizing the behavior we need, rewarding good life and longevity, and connecting that to digital services like insurance, healthcare. So the loop is completely in the positive side. Today, the problem is bulk of the money companies are making by selling medicines, by doing surgeries. So every time you increase your healthcare budget, guess what? It only makes the market cap of the pharma companies go even bigger. Thank you.
Vishal, thank you very much indeed to you. Thanks for that presentation. And time now for one more presentation before we take our musical interlude. And this one's a little bit different. It is a double header, no less. Well, it's time to share, people. Time to share. And to share his thoughts here, it's an absolute pleasure to have our next guest, one of the world's leading technology and healthcare futurists out there, but also the founder and chair of OneShared.World. He's also the author of the bestseller Hacking Darwin, Genetic Engineering and the Future of Humanity. Here in Dubai, here at the GX Talks, here at the Government Summit, to talk on the subject of governance in an age of revolutionary technology. He will be in conversation with Professor Nancy Gleason of the New York University, NYU, Abu Dhabi. And so please welcome to the stage Jamie Metzl and Professor Nancy Gleason.
Testing. Yep. Fabulous. This is so exciting to be here with all of you. Thank you for joining us for this fireside chat without a fire. So, Jamie, you have done a lot of things, but I'm particularly thinking it's useful if we start off with talking about your latest book, Hacking Darwin, which is about human genetic engineering. Can you tell us why that's an important topic?
Sure. So thank you, Nancy, and thank you to all of you. We're, I think, on behalf of both of us, really thrilled and honored to be here. So, yeah,
Aha, good. These heels.
do you want to sit?
I do,
okay.
if that's okay.
All right, we will sit. Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
There we go. So we humans, as everybody knows, life has existed on our planet for about 3.8 billion years. And in those 3.8 billion years, we have evolved through the twin Darwinian drivers of random mutation and natural selection. That each generation, an organism is slightly different from earlier versions, and then through competition, that's how we have evolved. That's 3.8 billion years. Now, for the first time in all of history, there's one species that has the increasing ability to read, write, and hack the code of life, of all of life, including of human life. We are at the early stages of this process. There are many millions of genetically engineered animals, not to mention the animals that have been genetically engineered by trial and error, like all of the domesticated animals that we have. But using the tools of molecular science, we have millions of genetically engineered animals, and now we have 3 genetically modified humans, 3 of the Chinese CRISPR babies. This is the beginning, at least I believe, of a transformation in the way humans reproduce that will, over time, have fundamental implications for just the evolution of our species. And the drivers of that, one, are in vitro fertilization, which it was a big deal when it started 44 years ago. Now it's fully normalized. Embryo screening, the technical term is pre-implantation genetic screening. Right now, it's used in high-risk assisted reproduction with high-risk parents or high-risk embryos. And that's going to be used more across the board as a process of screening embryos, and that raises a lot of ethical issues. And then the issue of the tools of genetic engineering, we will over time, we're certainly not ready for that, but over time, we will use the tools of genetic engineering to modify pre-implanted human embryos. And we're going to do it for the exact same reasons that now we use healthcare. If a child is born with a deadly genetic disorder, we treat that disorder. We don't say, oh, that's Darwinian evolution or that's God's will. What we say is we don't want to have children dying of terrible disease. That will be the entry point. But this is the beginning of a journey that is really foundational and fundamental for the future of our species. And so Hacking Darwin was exploring that process. And what I always say is that technology and science are what get us to the conversation, but the conversation itself is ultimately about values and ethics. It's about the decisions that we make to realize our very human aspirations using these tools.
So there's a governance challenge here on, which may be different across different cultural contexts, but what do you see as some of the governance opportunities in terms of genetic and genome engineering?
Yeah, so you're right to use both of those terms. There's a challenge and there's an opportunity. So let's start with the challenge. And the challenge in genetics is similar to the challenge across a lot of these fast-moving technologies. And that is that the technologies are moving in many circumstances at an exponential rate. So they're on this J curve, and we're seeing it with everything we've learned about today. Digital technologies and technologies that can be digitized, not to mention quantum technologies that are just going to accelerate all of these things. And so just to give a sense of how quickly things are moving, in 2012 was when the basic science paper was written by Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier. It was a basic science paper laying out the science for how the CRISPR-Cas9 genome editing system could be used to edit a living cell. It was a very big deal, but a basic science paper. 6 years later, 2018, was when the first CRISPR babies were born in China. So a basic science paper to application in living humans in 6 years. This is moving so quickly. And there's a real danger for all of these technologies that they will be misused. Every technology has a potential upside and a potential downside. You could say, well, how about something like the plow? That seems simple, but if you don't have plows, you don't have standing armies, you don't have warfare, you don't have all these things. The stirrup, oh, that seems simple. Well, the stirrup was what allowed the Mongols to conquer huge parts of the world, and a lot of people died in that. So every technology has an upside and a downside, and the most essential thing is to recognize certainly the downsides from the very beginning. And then the question for all of us is, well, how do we minimize the downsides and increase the likelihood that more optimal scenarios will play out? And so we need to be honest about the downs, and then we need to start building the norms and practices and structures to give us a better chance for the good things being realized. And that brings you to the issue of governance. And I know that in any society, but certainly in a society like this one, it's tempting to think of governance as what governments do. And certainly governments do governance, but for these technologies that are so distributed and decentralized, if we only think of governance as what governments do, it's going to be actually impossible, because governance happens at every level. It's, in this case, with the genetic technologies, it's what scientists and researchers do. It's what happens in healthcare settings like hospitals. It's professional standards. It's a lot of other things go into governance, and it's culture. And that's one of the reasons why talking about these issues, yes, we all need to be literate in science and technology. Yes, we need to be engaging with our governments and asking tough questions and even making recommendations. But it's not just about governments. We really need to think about building superstructures that will help our most cherished values be realized in the real world.
Okay, so we need governance beyond governments, and maybe even hoping that the industries producing some of this technology have their own moral and ethical codes. Have you seen examples of this anywhere?
Yeah, well, so all of, and certainly it's great that you bring up the companies, but companies are big drivers, and there certainly are many ethical companies, and I think most people, most companies, most governments want to be ethical. The question is that we live in these hyper-competitive environments where there are a lot of different pressures. So certainly there are companies, and I advise some of them, that are thinking about, well, how can we be as ethical as possible? But that's why I say this has to exist within the superstructure of society, and so it can't just be about self-regulation by companies. I mean, there has to be that has to be set within the context of, well, what are the rules, what are the norms, what are the reward structures, and really need to think holistically about how this works. But it's a key point, because competition is so fierce, if it turns out that doing the ethical thing, which may be a slower thing, it may be a more careful thing, is a competitive disadvantage for companies, and we allow circumstances where doing the wrong thing is rewarded, it may be that there'll be a small number of companies that will do the right thing and take the hit. But if over time there's a competitive advantage for doing the wrong thing, we're going to incentivize that. So that's why, again, it's all about ethics, it's all about values, it's all about reward structures and infrastructures.
Okay, so let's take it from the other perspective then of big global governance in the World Health Organization. You served on an expert advisory committee on the genome and its opportunities for manipulation. What are some of the key takeaways from that sort of global scale of governance?
Yeah, so it was really such an important experience for me. Immediately after the announcement of the birth of these first CRISPR babies in China, Dr. Tedros, who is actually speaking right now at the World Government Summit, thank you, Summit Assembly, he said, recognized this is a big deal. He created an expert advisory committee on human genome editing. I was certainly very honored to be invited to be part of that. And we were given this task, I think a very important task, of recommending, well, what should be at least the ideal rules of the road for how one of the most powerful technologies in all of human history, genetic engineering and particularly genome editing, can best be applied, because we don't want to say, oh, this is a really powerful technology, we should never use it, because they're all really important applications like gene therapies, treatments, and eventually cures for some really terrible diseases, and so we need to use these technologies. At the same time, we don't want to have just a total free-for-all, because that could amount to something equivalent to Nuremberg-style human experimentation, which is frankly why I'm such a harsh critic of what happened in China. I think it was the most disgusting human experimentation. I mean, it's just awful. And so we worked for 2 years or more than 2 years, and we came up with our recommendations. But then there was a bit of a problem, and the problem is that we don't have a system for global governance. And we have a United Nations that isn't real, and I'm talking about this here in the summit tomorrow. We have a United Nations that's great. It's just not able to solve pretty much any of the biggest global problems our world faces. So we have a global governance crisis as our species is becoming fully globalized, as our species is becoming super empowered, as individuals among us are becoming super empowered. So it was just a relatively small number of people in China who made a decision. It wasn't entirely on their own, but to make a big step for humans. You could imagine a scenario, it's easy to imagine now after COVID-19, whatever the origins of this pandemic are, that a small number of people would say, wow, we've seen the devastation a pandemic can cause. We know what the attributes are of a virus that could wreak havoc. And we have some of the formulas that we can just download from the internet. What about making a synthetic biology pathogen that could be 1 million times deadlier than COVID? So we're entering this new era, and we really need to think about governance. And so my big takeaways from my experience with our WHO expert committee is governance is essential. Governance is beyond what governments do, although government regulation is absolutely essential. And that if we don't create a sufficient framework for solving all of global problems, we won't be able to solve any global problems. And whether that's the regulation of revolutionary technology, climate change, proliferation of nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction, or really anything.
Okay, well, that's a lot.
Yeah.
But, okay, so we're individuals at the end of the day in this room. What can we do to try and work to make sure this is a net positive outcome, that technology enhances us as individuals? You know, I anticipate that right now I'm wearing an Apple Watch. Eventually, I imagine a version of that is injected in me, and it enhances me as a human. So what can I do as an individual to make this happen at scale in some kind of ethical way?
Yeah, it's such an important question. It's really the essential question, because we would like, and probably in a place like where we are now, UAE or Singapore or some kind of place like that, like we would like to think, well, I don't really have a responsibility here because I trust my leaders, they're super smart people. I'm just going to sit back and these other guys are going to do it. But even in very well-governed societies, that is not a safe thing to do, because what we are talking about here is really, it's not just the future of humanity, it's the future of each person. It's your individual future. It's the future of your kids. And so we're all going to have to make very significant decisions personally and collectively. And so the first thing is becoming literate, for all of the people who are here, all of the people who are watching the video, by nature of just being here or watching this, you're already taking the first step. You're recognizing that there is a lot to learn, that we all, no matter who we are, need to be actively learning. The second is everybody is part of a community, and you need to be an ambassador, not just for education, but for raising the ethical issues. Because one of the things that we're talking about is, well, how do we set norms of what is and isn't okay? And though that diffuses through our communities, through our faith groups, through our civil society groups, ultimately through our government. So that's one. Number two is there will be, and coming to your point, a lot of individual decisions that people are going to make. How do I personally interact with these technologies? And it's going to be really scary, and this is going to happen to all of us, but if you haven't laid the foundation of your own thinking to get to that point, and you're just suddenly in a situation where something big and momentous is happening, you have to make a decision on the spot. That's really hard. And so we need to educate ourselves, we need to engage with our leaders, and we need to recognize that we all have an essential role to play in building the kind of future that we'd like to inhabit.
Great. Thanks so much, Jamie.
Thank you, Nancy.
everyone.
Huge thanks to Jamie and, of course, to Professor Gleason. Thank you very much indeed to you both for that. We have reached the halfway mark of the afternoon, halfway mark of the GX Talks. We're going to have, in the true spirit of cinema, we're going to have a musical interlude now, okay? So a little opportunity for you just to unwind a little before we get to our next speakers and presentations. Absolute pleasure, given the fact that we are here in Dubai, here in the heart of the UAE, to now be treated to a rendition from none other than Hamid Al-Nakbi. Hamid is a much in-demand Emirati musician who's agreed to be with us here today to keep us entertained for the next few moments with his unique style of music as we bring you traditional Emirati music, courtesy of one of the finest, Hamid Al-Nakbi. Straight after that, we'll be into the remainder of the GX Talk, so sit back, enjoy the beautiful music of Hamid Al-Nakbi. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's hear it for Hamad Al-Naqvi. Cheers, Hamad. Right, a big thanks to Hamad for being with us here this afternoon. Hope you're enjoying the GX Talks. We're going to strike the set. We're going to set up our imaginary fireside, because we've got another fireside coming away in just a few moments' time. Fireside in the heart of Dubai, because that's just what we need at the moment, isn't it? That's for sure. Listen, hope you're enjoying the talks. As I said, we're just over the halfway mark, so plenty more to open your eyes and mind throughout the course of the remainder of proceedings. And again, if you've got something to share, please do so by tweeting us on the QR code that is on that sheet or that piece of paper in front of you. When you came in, the QR code allows you to interact with us. Do use the hashtags and the handles throughout. Okay, onwards, friends, as we move on to the next of our presentations. This is a fireside chat for you, bringing digital service gaps in government to life. So we were going to be introducing to you a man who's been recognized the world over, in fact, twice been named one of Apolitical's world's 100 most influential people in digital government. To make that introduction and give us a bit of background as to how privileged we are to have him here. Moderating this one is the co-founder of the Canadian Digital Service and the CEO of Think Digital. Please welcome, to make the presentations, Ryan Andrusov.
Thanks so much, and really a pleasure to be with you here in Dubai. My name is Ryan Andrusov. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Think Digital, and I'm really honored to be able to share the stage today with Aaron Snow. Just a little bit of context before I bring Aaron up. I used to work with the Canadian government, with our national government in Ottawa, and back in 2016, 2017, we embarked on a process to create a new digital services team, the Canadian Digital Service. And when we launched that team, we embarked on an international search to bring in someone to lead and take over the Chief Executive Officer role for the Canadian Digital Service. And I think the Canadian government benefited greatly from Aaron Snow being the successful candidate who came up. Aaron had previously been leading 18F, which was the US government's digital team, came up to Canada and helped to kickstart the efforts with our Canadian Digital Services team. And today we're going to be talking a little bit about some of the interesting challenges and opportunities around improving digital services. So Aaron, please come up and join me for a conversation. So, Aaron, the title of our fireside chat today is Bridging the Gap for Digital Services. And I thought it'd be a helpful way to start the conversation by actually kind of defining some of those terms and what we mean by that. And so let's start with digital services. You know, when we talk, I mean, it can be a little bit of a buzzword sometimes. When I say digital services, what does that mean to you?
Right. Hi, folks, and thank you for having me, and thanks for accommodating. Digital services. Well, this is where we're already going to start to get really nerdy here. I think when folks hear a phrase like digital services, they think about technology, they think about stuff that's cool. Digital services to us is really just about meeting modern expectations in service. And that implies not just technology, but it implies applying culture and processes and practices and understandings that reach way beyond. As several previous speakers have alluded to, it's usually not just about the technology, it's much more about the people.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think it's an incredibly important point, and as you said, has been a theme, I think, throughout the afternoon, a number of the presentations that have come up. So, in our title for the talk, we also talk about gaps. You know, this implication that there are gaps right now with a lot of governments around the world. I dare say probably every public administration around the world is facing some gaps. What, in your mind, are kind of those big gaps, you know, that governments are facing in terms of those expectations from citizens?
So let's look at this through the lens of a massive failure of digital service delivery. In 2013, I was in the Obama administration as a fellow, and 3 months into my 6-month term there, which would turn into a 4-year term, the government tried to launch healthcare.gov, right? Fundamentally a terrific idea with a snappy name. We're going to provide a website where you go, you click, you sign up, you get healthcare, which is something that millions and millions of Americans did not have and could not do easily. On the day of the launch, October 1st, it was meant to serve many, many millions of people. That first day, it served 8. And this is where, so let's talk about let's talk about the gaps. I think there are like 4 gaps that we can talk about. Number 1, there's the expectations gap. And the expectations gap right there for the end user was the difference for millions of people between being able to sign up and going and getting a 404 error or some other kind of error and not being able to sign up and get a service they very much needed. Now, so that's the end of the path. So what other gaps are there? So there's the technology gap. This was one of many this has been one of many examples around the world of government technology not meeting expectations. Government has a hard time with technology sometimes. Many governments have legacy systems, so-called legacy systems. They spend a lot of time and money trying to replace those legacy systems. As often as not, those systems end up getting replaced with new legacy systems, which leave us with some of the same problems. So then let's move on to the third gap, which is that even if you can get some of the technology, well, in order to get the technology, right, what do you need? You need capabilities. And so there is also a capabilities gap in many governments. Not nearly enough governments have the kind of expertise that they need in software, that is, in development, in design, as His Excellency pointed out earlier, in research, in product, in basic understanding of how to deliver services through software in the modern age. And that's a struggle that many governments have, in part because the market for those experts is very competitive. Government is not necessarily always seen as a top-tier destination for folks who are good at that stuff. It takes time and energy and focus to grow that talent internally to government. And folks can say, all right, well, let's turn to the private sector, but even if you're going to turn to the private sector for that kind of talent and expertise to do most of the work, if you don't have some of that expertise in-house in government, then government becomes a buyer on the wrong end of an imbalanced negotiation. If you're not a savvy, smart, I know nothing about how my car works. When I take my car to get repaired, I have to trust that the people I'm talking to are going to give me a fair shake, a real answer, a fair price. Sometimes maybe they're not. I have no way of knowing. Now multiply that by several orders of magnitude and you get a sense for what can happen in government sometimes. Even if you can get capabilities built up in government, you have another gap, which is a structure and incentives gap. So you can bring terrific people into government, you can train up people in government on the skills and expertise they need. If they're not empowered and enabled in their context, they will still fail and probably, by the way, leave. And governments, many of them are, traditionally hierarchical, siloed. Delivering modern software is fundamentally a cross-functional exercise. And government culture is classically very risk-averse. And building modern software is about designing, but also learning from what's working and what's not, learning from failures and pivoting quickly, iterating, as we say. And so you have a whole set of structural incentives that work against that in many cases in many environments.
Yeah, I think fascinating, and I like kind of the structure of those 4 gaps that you've laid out. So I guess the question becomes then, what do we do about that, right? How do we bridge that gap? And obviously one approach that has been taken over the last decade and a half has been the creation of what people call digital services teams, right? The UK government had one of the first back in 2011, the Government Digital Service. 18F, the organization you led in the US, as you mentioned, was created, in the early, 2010s. We had the Canadian Digital Service. I'm wondering if you could maybe, for yourself, having, I think, uniquely been a leader in 2 of these different digital services teams on both sides of the Canada-US border, be interested in your reflections on, what are these digital services teams able to do effectively to solve those gaps? Where are they maybe not fit for purpose? And the other question, with an international audience watching this today, does every government need to have a digital services team like that? Is it an essential ingredient to being able to kind of solve that digital services gap?
So we used to joke at 18F that a digital service team is a change management team disguised as tech help. And and that's because, as we talk about those layers of gaps, what we inevitably would find was the technology is not usually the hard part. Yeah, there are tech problems, and some of them are deep. We can put expertise on those problems, but the incentives and structures and how people work were the important part. So yes, digital service teams the United States Digital Service was born out of healthcare.gov as well, and they, crisis response is an expertise they developed, and many digital service teams do crisis response. They can build software, they can build platforms for government, but the most important function I think they serve is to be a risk absorber, to say things that folks, that dedicated, skilled, smart, talented public servants who have been toiling for a long time in difficult environments may not be able to say, because the incentives are all aligned against them speaking up about what really needs to change, and structural change in government is very, very difficult to execute for lots of reasons. So having someone else who can come in and say what needs to be said, point out what needs to be pointed out, can oftentimes give people permission to think and work differently than they ever have, and that's really the key. Government organizations need to be able, they need that permission to think differently and to work differently and to try things that might fail sometimes without losing their jobs over it, if they're going to keep up with a very fast changing world and all that comes with it.
Yeah. No, I think that's helpful insight around it. So, as we look to the future, right, and as we kind of close off this conversation, I often kind of think about the evolution of what I'll call the digital government movement and being kind of three phases, right? You go back to the 1990s, the early days of the web. It's kind of what we called e-government. Governments were putting information online for the first time. We had the Web 2.0 revolution in the mid-2000s, what people were calling Government 2.0, very much about social media. We've now kind of moved into this digital government era, which, as we've been talking about, has been characterized by these digital services teams trying to inject some of this expertise into government. What do you think looking forward? Because very much the conversations here today and at the summit over the last couple of days have been about looking to the future. If you think about 5 to 10 years horizon coming down the pipe, what do you think the big challenges are? What do you think the big opportunities are for being able to close that gap around digital services and citizen expectations?
One of my former colleagues, Sid Harrell, calls this a decades-long project. She thinks that digital service revolution is going to take on the order of 50 years. I think she's right. There are governments that are doing this well, governments that are doing it less well. It's a big world with hundreds of thousands of governments, national, provincial, state, local, territorial, what have you. I think one thing that is clear is that crises seem to spur digital transformation in a way that is extremely healthy. The most obvious example right now is Ukraine, which first reacting to the pandemic and then to war, has been moving ahead with the digitalization of their government at light speed, and just busting through barriers, and they are quickly becoming one of the preeminent digital governments of the world. Back in Canada, I worked on a project, my team worked on a project to try and before the pandemic, to try and modernize a disability benefit that was taking 3-4 months and more just to get applicants an answer on whether or not they were going to be able to receive the benefit. And we were struggling a lot with every layer of bureaucracy and compliance and policy and habit and culture and all of that stuff. Then the pandemic hits, and in a matter of 1 month, the Canadian government decides and then actually operationalizes, sending billions and billions of dollars to tens of millions of Canadians for emergency relief benefit. Now, what changed? It wasn't that one was easy and one was hard. It was that the risk calculus was entirely different in the moment when we could set aside a lot of the cruft that might otherwise get in our way. And so the question in my mind is, how do you recreate a crisis without actually having a crisis? How do you recreate those conditions so that government can think about how to modernize and all that it entails structurally and incentives-wise, in addition to the capabilities and the technology and expectation setting? Because I think That's going to be the question. And how governments, whether and how governments make progress on that in the next 5 to 10 years, I think that's in the hands of all the people in this room.
Yeah. No, I think it's a great call to action to close us off. Aaron, a pleasure as always. Fascinating conversation. Great to see you again. Thanks so much.
All right.
Big thanks to Aaron and Ryan for being with us here this afternoon, and I think thanks to them for their presentation as well. Okay, we move on to the next of our presentations. I said it was a very international field for you this afternoon. That's been borne out by just about every single presentation thus far. Next up, we're going to be hearing from Professor Paul Dolan. So he conducts research on the measurement of happiness. Something that we could all do with a lot at the moment. Its causes, its consequences, but also the further implications that it has for public policy. He has, of course, been published in academic and popular outlets and publications the world over. Currently he is the Professor of Behavioural Science, the Department of Psychological and Behavioural Science at London School of Economics and Political Science. Here to talk to us about change what you do, not how you think. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Dubai, Paul Dolan.
Wow, good afternoon, everybody. This is a very slippery floor, so I'll try not to fall over. One of the keys to being happy is to manage people's expectations, so you should have lowered them a little bit in that intro. Yeah, you'll see Happiness by Design there. It's a very good advert for my first book. The subtitle... Yeah, someone really is out to get me. The subtitle of the book in most parts of the world is Finding Pleasure and Purpose in Everyday Life. In the US, it was about to go to print, and my editor said, you need to be more directive. They need to be told what to do. So it's called Change What You Do, Not How You Think. And if anyone's ever bought a self-help book will tell you how to change what you think. The reason self-help books sell so well is because they don't work. The single biggest factor to indicate whether you will buy a self-help book is whether you previously have bought one in the past year. So it's a massive industry that tells you to be positive. You're like, well, yeah, I kind of worked that out, but how do I do it? And it's really hard to change your mind. I mean, in fact, if you think about the last time you changed your mind about anything meaningful, it was probably quite a long time ago. We have a very good way of making what we believe to be true, true. So we find evidence to support what we know to be true. And in cases where we find evidence that doesn't back up what we know to be true, we find ways of fitting the evidence. So that evidence doesn't apply to me, that isn't true, and so on. So we carry on affirming what we thought in the first place. So you're not going to change very much by changing what you think. Also, most of what we do isn't really driven by what we think anyway. You're making thousands of choices every day. Most of those are made automatically, unconsciously, and effortlessly. In fact, if you thought about most of what you do, your head would explode. You wouldn't even know what time to get up in the morning. So even that moment when you actually get up isn't really thought about, it just happens in some sense. So lots of what we do, unconscious and automatic. So if you're going to change anything fundamentally important in what you do and how you act, or how your citizens think and act and behave, you need to design environments differently. You have to change the context within which people behave, the situations, the environment within which people act to change behavior. It's a much more effective way to change your own behavior, and especially to change that of large numbers of people. And the key to all of that is the thing that holds your life together, is attention. It's the glue that holds what you do and what you think and what you feel together. Now, it's really significant, isn't it, that we use the word pay attention. Well, two words actually, pay attention. When you pay attention to one thing, you necessarily are unable to pay attention to something else. And actually, much as many of you might think you can multitask, you can't. The brain single tasks very quickly. When you flip between activities, your brain is moving between activities and it's using attentional resources in order to do that. There's a nice experiment, it's an old one now because I think I do cite it in Happiness by Design, of experiment where people were asked to do a crossword puzzle and a Sudoku puzzle. They could choose the order in which they did them, or they could move backwards and forwards between them. Or in one condition, they were told the order in which they had to do them. The people that were told the order in which they had to do them finished those tasks more quickly. Because attentional resources are being devoted elsewhere when you're thinking about, do I do the one I'm good at first, or do I save that till afterwards, or I'll start this one and I'll move back to that one. You're flitting, in one task to the next. You're draining your attention, you're draining your mind of energy, and you're less effective. So paying attention is clearly important. Paying attention in ways that enable you to be effective is clearly important. And I know we've heard a lot today about the wonders of tech. And of course, tech is wonderful, but it's really distracting. And when you get distracted by your phone that hasn't vibrated but you think it has, or the need to check TikTok for 4 hours on end, you are draining yourself for attentional energy. So what's really important is to think about ways in which you can take a break, because that's an organized way in which your brain can go off and wander and do other things, rather than to get distracted, which is an interruption of the flow of your experience. So, coming back to happiness, I was billed to be talking about happiness. I haven't actually mentioned happiness yet, or very much. So, the key to being happy is to convert the inputs through the production process of attention into units of happiness. People will ask questions like, does money make you happy? Well, it depends. It depends how much attention you pay it, right? Poverty makes people miserable because they're paying attention to not having much money. If you get a pay rise and you pay attention to it, it makes you happy. If you get a pay rise and you keep paying attention to it forever, it will make you happy forever. The problem, of course, is that we don't pay attention to most things for that long. Most things that are initially novel and exciting wear off very quickly, and a pay rise is a really good example of that, because the moment you've got the pay rise, you encode it, you find ways of explaining it, and it quickly isn't enough money again. So there's quick adaptation to most of the things that happen to us in life. And we're not very good at being able to predict that. We're not very good at being able to forecast the long-term impact of most of what happens to us in our lives. We're not so bad at being able to predict the short-term impact, like the pay rise will make me happy for the first day, which is true, it will, but not that you will quickly adapt and withdraw attention away from it towards other things that are then novel and new again. So the question and the key issue then really is, what things can we pay attention to that A, keep us focused on paying attention to them so that we don't get the distractions, and B, are long-lasting? I have one more slide. I have very few slides. Double click. There we go. So, in order to answer those kind of questions, first of all, I want to go take a step backwards to be clear about what we mean by happiness, because it's a word that's been around for a long time, for thousands of years. It's used by different people in various ways. I want to locate it in the experiences that you have, in what you do and how you use your time and what you think about, obviously, what you pay attention to. Oftentimes we will be measuring happiness in other ways, though, asking people to think about how well life is going, or to reflect upon the stories that they tell about their lives. I talk a lot about those in my second book. Thankfully, I've only got 2 books, so there won't be any more slides. But often we will be paying attention to those kinds of stories about the things that we think should make us happy: earning more money, having success, having status, getting married maybe, having children. All of those things, again, will only make you happy insofar as you're paying attention to them in ways that feel good. And of course, anyone that's got children knows that most of the time you're paying attention to your children, it actually isn't making you feel very good at all. When you have kids, you have long periods of stress, worry, and anxiety, and very few moments of joy. As any honest parent would admit, I've actually said that a few times and been vilified for saying that as being a bad parent. But there's so many there's so many stories around how having kids should make us happy. That's the narrative that we tell about it, and actually the evidence often says something quite different. So it's located in our experiences. It's in what we do, who we pay attention to, what we pay attention to, and the thoughts that we have in our minds. And I argue that happiness is located in a twin set of experiences. It's in the things that we find pleasurable, the fun, the joy, the excitement, and the contentment. And the obverse of those things, which are the worry, the stress, the anxiety, the hedonic experiences. Alongside another important category of experience, which is purpose. The things that we find fulfilling, the things that we find meaningful and worthwhile. Actually, that's somewhere where children often show up. Right? Having time with your children isn't very pleasurable, but it can be quite purposeful. And the obverse of that, things that we find a waste of time or pointless. So happy lives are ones, therefore, that contain a good balance between things that we find on the one hand pleasurable and on the other hand purposeful. And it isn't for me or anyone else to tell you what that balance should be. Some people will be more driven by pleasure, others more by purpose. But finding the right balance is what each of us needs to do. And it's also not for me to tell you the things that ought to make you happy or that will make you happy, because we're all different. Having said that, I will now tell you the things that will make all of you happy. Well, I can be pretty confident that if you did one or more of the following 5 things every day, or to some degree over the next weeks or so, you will be happier irrespective of where you are now. Because all of these things are things that you pay attention to in the experience, that you don't get distracted from, that will make you happier day to day, that will bring you more pleasure, more purpose, or a better balance between them. And they're up there on the slides. Listen to music. Music is actually probably the thing that we've got the best evidence on. Music therapy, for example, lots of evidence, it literally lights the brain up in ways that no other stimulus can. People are not only happy when they're listening to music that they like at the time, it boosts happiness afterwards. Go outdoors, biophilia. Even those of us who come from cities, much as we might not like to admit it sometimes, feel happier when we're in fresh air. Spend time with people that you like being with. Help other people. There's nothing more selfish than selflessness. There's nothing better to give you a buzz about how you feel, even if you don't show off about it, but you just walk a little bit taller when you help other people. Pro-social behaviors are one of the best ways to boost your own happiness. And have new experiences. You know how time for children passes incredibly slowly? When you get older, days and years disappear very fast because children are having new experiences. So if you want to live longer, or at least believe that you're living longer, feel like you're living longer, try something new. The worst that can happen is that you don't like it and you don't do it again. Now notice that all of these things are small stuff. There was a book in the 80s called Don't Sweat the Small Stuff. It's actually completely wrong. Happiness is found in the small stuff. It's don't sweat the big stuff, really. Once you get enough money to live on, once you've got the conditions of your life reasonably well satisfied, and I would suspect that most of us in this room have, happiness isn't found in more of the big stuff. It's located in doing more of the small stuff. And that seems like quite a nice place to finish. Thank you very much.
Paul, thank you very much indeed for that. Very kind of you indeed, and a great presentation as always. Right, still they come. I'm not sure what the collective verb for professors is, but we got a load of them here this afternoon, and it is an absolute pleasure to introduce them. None more so than our next very special guest. He is the co-founder and the chair of the World Innovation Network, or Twin Global. Check that out online, but don't get distracted by it during his presentation. He's here today to talk to us about something that is close to us all, but do we really realize? Proximity and creating the futures that we actually desire. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome to Dubai, to welcome to the stage, to welcome to GX Talks, the Adjunct Professor of Innovation at the Booth School of Business, University of Chicago, and also the Adjunct Professor of Executive Education at the Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern. Dubai, please welcome to the stage, Robert Wolcott.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for having me and all of us. And by the way, a quick thank you to His Excellency Mohammed, to PK, to Chetan, and also to the whole team for taking care of us today. It's a lot of work, and I'd like to give them a quick round of applause for doing that. So I'd also like to reflect briefly on how blessed we are to be here. I feel blessed to be here because I go all over the world in my work to understand how people are approaching the future, how people are building it, how people are attempting to innovate. And it happens more here. It happens more here where people see things and they try them and they experiment. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But you're doing the extraordinary work of creating the future here in the UAE, and it's a privilege for us to be here. So today I'd like to talk to you about a trend that is cascading across every industry, and we'll be doing so for the rest of our lives. It's a trend that when you see it, you'll see it every day. It's a trend that corporations, entrepreneurs, investors, governments are getting ahead of if they're smart. And it's something you can translate into action today, but something you'll see roll out for the rest of our lives. But before I move on with that concept, I'd like to reflect briefly, because you'll see how this trend relates to resilience. We all have this word on our tongues because of COVID. But I'd like to express, I understand why we seek resilience, but that's not actually what we're looking for. From a scientific perspective and complexity theory, resilience is basically defined as the amount of time it takes a system to return to the way it was before after an external shock. The amount of time it takes a system to return to the way it was before after an external shock. And that's not really what we want. We do not want societies, businesses, governments to return back the way we were before COVID. We want to become better. So what we're really talking about is adaptability or evolvability. Evolvability, when people say we seek resilience, it's really evolvability and adaptability that we're looking for. So I'd like you to reflect a little bit on that as we go through this notion of proximity. A second observation I'll make is this is a company some of you are familiar with, Lightyear. I met them in Sharjah back in December speaking for the Entrepreneurship Center there, which was a great experience. Now, we don't know if Lightyear is going to ultimately succeed. There are lots of EV companies. But as you reflect on this concept of proximity, I want you to reflect on the fact that this concept is radically, dramatically different than the old internal combustion engine vehicles that we have all over the world in terms of the level of evolvability, the ability to create power when and where we need it. This vehicle has solar panels across the top. So one would assume over time we'll be able to see whether it's Lightyear or some other company achieving energy produced and provided at the point of demand. And imagine how dramatically different the world will be when we can do this across industries. So we'll come back to this. So everybody's been paying attention to all these technologies. You can add other ones to the screen. But what few people have noted is that all digital or digitally enabled technologies, so we're including 3D printing, we're including rooftop solar energy generation, for instance, each of these digital technologies allows us to compress and distribute in smaller and smaller packages all around the economy, ever closer to each moment in time and space. And therefore, what digital technologies allow us to do in distributing these capabilities closer to each moment, and this is the key point, digital technologies push the production and provision of value ever closer to the moment of demand in time and space. Now, understand what I'm not saying. What I'm not saying is just a little bit better supply chain management. That's not what proximity is about. That's a nice thing, it's a good thing, but it's an incremental change on the way it was before. I'm literally saying we are developing business models and technology platforms to allow us to wait, to allow us to procrastinate until there's an actual demand for an actual product, service, or experience. And then that product, service, or experience is produced and provided right there, co-located, coterminous with that need. Now, I'll give you an example. We all know Amazon, big creepy company in the United States. They're watching everything we do, what we click on, what we search for, cursor hover time. There's something called cursor hover time. I call that digital drooling. So Amazon watches me and my behaviors, and they notice I keep going back to that fishing rod my wife told me not to buy, but Amazon knows I'm going to buy that fishing rod. So they send that exact fishing rod to the distribution center near my house before I've ordered the product. That's called anticipatory shipping. They've been doing it since they received a patent for it in 2013. Do you think they're getting better at it? But let's shift to physical products, not just better distribution. Today, we have a global supply chain optimized for scale manufacturing at a distance. The larger my plant, the lower my costs. Not always true, but for the most part. Over the next 30 years, this model will be ripped apart. Now, note what I'm not saying. What I'm not saying is 30 years from now, there will be no massive manufacturing plant in China or the UAE or Mexico. Of course, there will still be massive plants where it makes economic sense. But we will also start to see mid-sized plants closer to demand. We're already seeing this with reshoring and deglobalization. We'll start to see small production facilities in urban areas near the points of demand, near consumers and businesses, and eventually on your counter at home. We can't do it yet, but imagine a 3D printer at home that is capable of creating products on demand when you need them, where you need them, and no more. Now, let's think for a second how difficult it is to buy one matching metal fork. It turns out it's really hard to buy one matching metal fork. How do we do it? Well, someone in Western Australia mines iron ore, puts it on a ship, sends it to Southeast China. They melt it down. They send it to another plant. They alloy it, make 12 matching forks. They put them in a box, slide it into a pallet across the Indian Ocean to the port, and I buy 12 matching metal forks. Today, it is technologically trivial. We cannot do it because the infrastructure does not yet exist. It is technologically trivial to download a design file, push a button, and print one matching metal fork. This notion of proximity is rising not because it's fun and cool, but because it will start to make economic sense in more and more environments. Because we can do things today and in the future that we could never have done before. And that is the essence of finding breakthroughs. Right here in the UAE in December when I was here for Sharjah, I visited Botanica Crop 1, an alliance with Emirates near the Dubai airport. This is a photo from inside that facility. They grow leafy greens and they're looking at other kinds of produce. It's the largest vertical farm in the world currently operating. I've got to tell you, as an engineer, it was extraordinarily exciting to see this, but as a human being, it was even better to try the product. The quality, the flavor, the texture was absolutely extraordinary. And here was the punchline. They told me the product I was eating today would actually be picked and sent to the airport, and I would also receive it in my salad on Emirates Airlines the very next day. That's proximity. So this, of course, is the flag of Bangladesh. Bangladesh has been making lots of changes. By the way, there's a lot of innovation that goes on in Bangladesh. As a Bangladeshi friend of mine said to me once, in Bangladesh, we've been doing so much with so little for so long, we can now do anything with nothing. That's a place to go find innovation. Now, here's something they decided about 15 years ago. The government said, we need more electricity. We don't have enough electricity for our population. We need to drive growth. That needs electricity. Therefore, by 2024, we must have enough electricity for the whole country. And guess what happened? They did it. They built enough capacity, much like this. They built enough capacity to provide power for the whole country. But here's the punchline. Here's the problem. They still have brownouts. They still have parts of the country that don't have access to electricity. But guess what's rising? Solar. Distributed energy, closer to the point of demand. Energy generated close to where people actually need it. And what does this provide? It provides resilience. It provides more flexibility and adaptability. So when those massive 19th, 20th century plants, when they have an issue or when the grid has an issue, the local solar and battery storage can take over. Now, it's not just products or energy. It's across all aspects of how we live. I don't have time to explain it in detail today, but the beginning of 2024, we have a book coming out from Columbia Business School Press called Proximity, so you can go deeper. But to give you an example from the services side, this is Uncork, and full disclosure, I'm an investor in this company because it's one of the most exciting platforms I've seen that is pushing this notion of proximity. This is a leader in the no-code movement. What does this mean? This means if you need to create enterprise-grade secure software, you don't have to go to the IT department. You don't have to go spend 18 months developing it. You and your colleagues, as smart business people, can sit down on this platform and build enterprise-grade secure software within a matter of weeks. That's proximity, bringing a capability so close to the moment of demand that we produce only what's required, when it's required, as opposed to the old model where we made millions of copies, put them in inventory, and then threw them in the trash when no one was ready to buy them. So what happens as a result of proximity? Expectations of your citizens and your customers rise dramatically. We're already feeling that. We break, for the first time in history, we break the trade-off between customization and efficiency, customization and cost. We will be able to produce products that are highly personalized at vanishingly low cost. That has not been a model we've had privy to in the past. And finally, most exciting, waste declines dramatically. So this company, On Demand Pharmaceuticals, this friend of mine, Colonel Jeffrey Ling, had this idea when he was serving in the US military. They kept running out of generic drugs. So he said, why can't I just make the drugs right here on site myself? And they did it. They've developed a piece of equipment about the size of a small refrigerator. It has carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen in it, basically. You type in, I need 300 tablets of ciprofloxacin, and out a few hours later come 300 tablets of ciprofloxacin, exactly the way you would find it at the pharmacy. I need 1,000 doses of atropine. Out comes 1,000 doses of atropine. Now here's the punchline. Ciprofloxacin has a shelf life, 2 or 3 years. There's a point where you take your ciprofloxacin that no one's used, you throw it out, and you make new product. What is the shelf life of carbon? Forever. So you see how these proximate technologies, they don't just make it a little bit better. They rip apart the model and transform what's possible. So you want to talk about sustainability, start to figure out how to make what you're offering, products, services, experiences, more proximate. What problems are we trying to solve? In this world where proximity becomes possible, we need to think about the problems we're facing differently. I was working with a company before COVID, and they were saying we were going to take a process from 2 months to 2 weeks. And I said, that's great. What if someone can do it in 2 minutes? And guess what? Someone today can do the same process in 2 minutes. Had they done that project, they would have wasted 6 months of effort. So my question to you is, what problems are you trying to solve? And I'll conclude with a brief story. People only see the things for which they're looking. This is actually cognitive sciences validated this many times. We only see the things for which we're looking. So therefore, having the mission in mind, the purpose, why, makes us better. And this is my second favorite story from the history of science. This fellow, Dr. Fleming, you've probably heard the nice story about how Dr. Fleming was studying bacteria and something got in the Petri dish by accident, and he said, oh my gosh, doesn't kill the bacteria, kills the bacteria, won't kill me, and thus was born penicillin. Now, about a quarter of us would not exist in the room today had it not been for this product, for this discovery. What most people think this story tells us is not actually what it tells us. They think, aha, so innovation is about serendipity. So I can just skip along and one day I'll discover penicillin and win a Nobel Prize. But that's in fact exactly not what was going on here. What most people don't know is that dozens of researchers had seen exactly the same thing happen for decades. For decades, researchers would go in the lab and they would see the stupid stuff in the Petri dish that killed the bacteria, and they'd say, oh, merde, and they'd throw it out and they'd start all over again. 2 researchers in the 1920s wrote an article to help their colleagues stop getting the stupid stuff in the Petri dish that keeps killing the bacteria. Why was Fleming the one who uniquely saw? Well, 1, he was a creative individual. We have to give him credit for that. But 2, he served in World War I. And as a result of that experience, he saw thousands of people dying of infectious diseases. And therefore, he made it his life's purpose, not just to understand bacteria for science. He made it his purpose specifically to understand bacteria, to try and understand how to protect human beings from it. So because he had the purpose in mind, he was the one who uniquely saw. So in conclusion, I would ask you, what problems are you trying to solve? Are they big enough? Do they matter? What's your purpose? And what challenges will we pose to ourselves? Because, by the way, our job as leaders is to pose challenges to ourselves and our teams before the market does it to us, because it will. Thank you very much.
Robert, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Our thanks to Robert Wilcott for his great presentation and for joining us at GX Talks. Right up next, we have our next presenter, loud and proud behind us there. We're going to talk inclusive finance now with this man, a man who worked for many years in the telecommunications sector. Before that, as a strategy and financial advisory consultant in a variety of different sectors as well. Started out, in fact, with Airbus Industries in France back in the day. More recently, though, he is the Chief Strategic Planning and Investment Officer eFinance for digital and financial investments. He's here to talk to us about inclusive finance. So please welcome to GX Talks, Mahmoud Abdul Wahab.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Mahmoud Hosni. I'm the Chief Investment and Strategic Planning at eFinance Investment Group in Egypt. I would like to start by extending my gratitude to the World Government Summit, especially with the G-Talk team. Also, as I'm honored today to be for the first time to be speaking with the GX Talk. I would like also to welcome all the respective attendees who can be with us today to join for hearing our role in digitalization in the Egyptian government. As we're living today in the era of technology, the digital era, which is characterized by it's a fast-paced and change every now and then with a new innovation and invention. This decade is characterized by changing the attitude that people communicate together with each other. In the era of technology, the rapid changes refers to the quick changes in the technology that is growing very fast, and how people interact with each other. But at the same time, reshaping society and the way the people with the companies as well as countries interact together. The creation of new opportunities can be seen with the way of doing things. On the other side, the boost in economic prosperity can be seen in the creation of new jobs and new businesses that is created every day around us. The human welfare is the most benefit from the digital enhancement in any country, as it is the way they're doing business at a low cost. Even it's extended to equality in different areas like taxes and so on and so forth. The pandemic, where it may come in the future to be the great digital accelerator. This is why, because when pandemic came, it forces us to be more quick, innovate faster, and as well as to adapt at a more willingly way. We also saw the health sector, the telehealth service has uptake during that time, and the challenge for the telehealth to accommodate that needs a very few interaction from the human being for the benefit of the society. So let me go more deeply on how Egypt is going for the digitalization since the last few years. The Digital Egypt is one of the the vision of Egypt 2030, as well as the Egyptian transformational strategy for the future. It characterized by the mission to have a strong digital economy and as well as improve the life of the Egyptian. The main pillars for the Egyptian vision for 2030, three pillars: transformation, skills and jobs, and innovation. And allow me to give you a quick view on the e-finance role in the digitalization for Egypt. E-finance is a group of companies that already became the digital arm for the Egyptian government since the establishment of the company in 2006. We're focusing on our customer. Our customer started with the government, and then we moved to combine with the financial institution, as well as at the end we're serving the customer directly now through the different way of payment. We're providing different method of payment like cards, ATMs, POSs, QR code, and so on and so forth. The channels that we're to provide the customer with the different ways of payment, the more convenient channels to with the innovation of the digitalization. So we're having different services. We're having we provide the card management processing, eKYC. We have different licenses for acquiring and issuing. So we've been able to provide the customer on behalf of the government with the different processing for the different transactions for the government. This came with the huge infrastructure that we have built through the different last years. We have in the operation teams are on ground with high-tech people, as well as there are technical people on ground that help the government entities and the account units as well to fulfill all digital requirements with the securities and encryption for all those data provided through our cloud hosting for the government. We have since inception starting building the Egyptian government financial network, which is composed of three main pillars. The first, we have combined more than 61,000 of the government accounting units into one single account, which is the Treasury single account. And then we started to build the government collection and payment. We already digitalized more than 100% of all the payment for the government, and now we're moving fastly to digitalize all the collection. We have already more than now 30% of those collections are collected digitally, and we're moving into the other collection types. Finally, this all are connected to the GFMIS, which is the Egyptian government budget, or physical budget, that already went live in 2019. We already been as well building other crucial three networks for the government, which is the agriculture. We provided all the possession in Egypt with the seasonal crops on a seasonal basis. This providing all the landlord's position with the farmer card to provide either non-financial like the pesticides and fertilizer, as well as the payment for them. The second crucial network is the petroleum, which control all the inputs, outputs from the petroleum, from the storage till the more than 8,000 outlets. Finally, the social solidarity, we started digitalizing since 10 years the more than 6 million pensioners, and went to have the distribution for non-financial conditional aid for the families under poverty. So all those are provided with different method of payment and collection for the citizens. Now we're moving more faster. We want to grow to enable the government for a more digital solution. So as we became more like a giant elephant, so currently we're moving faster to invest in startups that will collaborate and enlarge our growth. So as well as we invest in some of the venture capitals, we're focusing more on other technologies like blockchain, AI, and so on that will accelerate our growth and the development for the government in the digitalization for Egypt. During the last years, we've been focusing on our core. We established a specialized portal for the focus on the agriculture that serves all the more than 6 million farmers in Egypt, and providing some of the loans for them to help them in cultivating the land and having the output. Tahwisha is one of the new programs that is developed for the women in the villages. And eHealth, this is in our for the government, this is that will serve the national health insurance in Egypt. So this is our core, and we're trying to move faster to provide the government with this. Thank you.
Mahmoud, thank you very much indeed to you, Shukran, for your presentation. Okay, on now, and sticking with all things apps, super apps versus the ultra apps, the future of apps, government services, and conversational commerce coming your way in just a few moments' time. Who to take us there? Well, a man who's making a statement in two, that's for sure, one of the leading entrepreneurs, not just here in the country, anywhere in the MENA region at the moment, co-founder and the CEO of Astratech. It's a UAE-based technology investment and development group, one that has been acquiring a number of other entities, recently acquired Rizq, Paybar, and most recently Botim as well, as he and his team look to relaunch a revolutionary new ultra app, if you like, to make us rethink how we approach our apps. Anyway, let's let him tell you all about that one, because he is the man that can. The co-founder and the CEO of Astratech is in the theatre tonight. Please welcome Abdullah Abu Sheikh.
Bismillah. Hi. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to try and keep this as brief as possible. I don't see a lot of you, but people look tired. So today I'm just going to be a bit more technical and take you through government services. Most of us here in the room have been privy to using a government service or two digitally, especially through COVID. But even though we've been pushed through COVID to try and digitize as much as possible, a lot of governments have been pushed in a way to entice the use of technology within government services. To date, we still don't see a truly fully digital government. We still don't see a truly fully digitized scope of services. So I'm going to try and go a bit about that. And to understand that, I think it's very important for all of us to understand how apps evolved and why do we have technology as we have it today. Very long time ago when technology started, governments are much older than technology as we know it today in its current shape. And there were three main drivers that were driving the speed of technology adoption. One is the speed of internet. So most of us in this room started using the internet on a desktop. And if you think about it, desktops are very expensive devices. They cannot really be used in remote areas. And so adoption was hurdled by the use of much bigger computers and so on. As the speed of internet, the quality of chips and the cost of manufacturing went down, we started moving more and more towards smaller computers that are handheld. And as we see them today, as telephones got smarter and the internet got faster, people started having apps in the shape and form that we see today. As you would see, governments did not adopt as fast. So until today, you still have governments that are fully brick and mortar. If you look at places like Europe or the US, they are very behind on the technology curve. They have not been keeping up to par with how fast technology is moving, unlike places like the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, where you see technology peaking really, really quickly. The main factor in technology adoption for governments, and the one thing that did not enable governments to take their digitization schemes where they wanted it to be, is user experience. And this is what I mainly want to touch on about, and this is where Astra is trying to make a difference. So if anybody lives in Dubai today, you have a bunch of platforms that you can use, very dispersed. You can pick a service at each or other platform, but still you really do not have the user experience that have entitled mass user adoption as we would like to see it. So if we look at government services and how the government has been focusing on digitizing government services and how different companies have been trying to push this through, you would see that government services at the bottom layer are mass services. Those are services that more and more people on a daily basis can do, things like bill payments, things like traffic fines, and those are base layer government services. And those have been, to a large extent, very well digitized. So a lot of us here in this room today, we're probably paying our bills online, and we have it in some sort of fragmented way, but we're still doing it. If you go up the government service pyramid and you start looking at mid-level services that have more friction to them, things like a land contract or things like signing a contract and what have you, you still find that is extremely still brick and mortar, pen and paper, and what have you. Maybe less so in the UAE, but by far and large in the region across the world. So what we're trying, and the reason most of those services have not been adopted at a large scale is because there has been a massive lack in user experience configuration within governments. So we have not seen governments being able to entice the use of technology by different generational and financial groups, right? So within a government, within a populace, you usually have many different age groups and many different financial groups. And there has not been a one-size-fits-all technology platform that enabled the government to reach out to everyone just as well. So if you look at most of the platforms that you have today, those are platforms that maybe I can use, but somebody like my grandmother probably can't. And vice versa. Maybe I can use it, but a blue collar in a labor camp probably cannot. And this is where digital literacy becomes a massive question in the user experience of adopting government services on digital technology. So a lot of you have been hearing me for the past while maybe talking about ultra platforms, and the reason an ultra platform is what is to come beyond super platforms. And the reason I believe ultra platforms are going to be the next generation of apps or the next generation of platforms is because by far and large, most super platforms have been a financial failure if you do the metrics. The other part is that most super platforms or so-called super platforms have not been able to scale at mass. So you would not be able to use a government app or a government platform and many other things that are not government related. And that also hurdles adoption more and more. And the last part is what I keep referring to, user experience. Obviously, if people who are of older age or of lesser financial means are not being targeted within the same digital platform, it is very difficult to entice adoption and incentivize it within those financial and age groups. So why Astra, and why do we think we're ahead in this part of the world? So within the Astra ecosystem and those who are privy to it, we have managed to amass more than 100 million users across 155 countries, which shows that our tools at base are being used at large scale. And the reason we think that's the case is because we use communication as a base case layer. And communication, unlike many different digital native platforms, comms are for everyone. The blue collar, the white collar, the younger guy, the older guy, the teenager, the kid, everybody is communicating one way or another. Everybody knows how to send a message, attach a picture, send their location. Everybody in this room is probably communicating 6 or 7 hours a day on their phone with somebody or another, right? And this is where we feel that the utilization of communications tools can really entice and ignite massive scale user adoption within government services as well. So very quickly, and just to wrap this up, by a show of hands, who here uses Bottom? Anybody? That's a lot of people. Good. So everybody that's using Bottom, and now we've talked about it. I've talked about the user experience and so on. But just to put case in point and just to show you a bit of what we're trying to do on Astra, everybody here that's on the platform within the next few weeks will be able to do things that look like this. And I hope this works. Even if it doesn't work, just clap at the end of it. That's the clapping part. Good. So if we can see here, this might look like a very intuitive user experience, but what is actually happening here is today, how many people here pay bills online in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, wherever you are? Just her? Okay, good. So today you're receiving your bill via email or an SMS, and that takes you through a hyperlink to another platform. And within that platform, you need to input your information and what have you, and then you get to pay. So if you look at the accumulative digital burden that you're creating with a transaction like that, 4 or 5 platforms are at action, your SMS, your browser, your phone, and so on and so forth, until you get to the transaction. What we're trying to do is lead more government services that are happening through a more conversational commerce basis, where you would receive that bill into the same platform and you'd be able to pay it and check out. So this is just a sample of what we're trying to do, and thank you all very much.
Abdullah, thank you very much indeed to you. Big thanks for the presentation. All the best with the development of the platform, the app, and all as well. Big thanks to you and the team. Okay, I think we're down to the last 3 presentations of the afternoon. Straight after that, though, no need to shoot straight off. Do stick around. Lots of networking going on outside around the mini croissants and all the other bits and pieces that are out there. But before we do that, the Internet of Matter is our matter of consideration for you next. And a great guy to take us there as well. Great to have him here in Dubai, in fact. Long list of achievements. Aviator, entrepreneur, investor. One of the people that is considered, well, one of the world's foremost experts, leaders, innovators, if you like, on the future of mobility, particularly advanced air mobility. Don't know a huge amount about that yet? Worry not. He's here to put you right. He's co-founder and the managing partner of UP Partners. Who are they? Venture capital firm investing in a variety of technologies that move people and goods, but they do it in a cleaner, faster, safer, and lower cost way. And they do it across a variety of course, land masses, water masses, and otherwise. He's here to explain all. It is the Internet of Matter. He's flown in especially for this. Please welcome to Dubai, Cyrus Sagari.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you to His Excellency for having me here to share with all of you the exciting things that are happening in the future of mobility. And just a moment ago, the introducer talked about what it is I do. And really, what I do is we invest in things to help make all the things we were promised as kids come true. Flying cars, drones, rockets, autonomous cars, whatever it might be. And what you see here behind me is a bit of an explanation in terms of what we're trying to do, which is to transform the moving world by investing in technologies that move people and goods cleaner, faster, safer, lower cost, the ground, air, sea, and space. And we're living in one of the most interesting times as it relates to how everything related to mobility is changing at the exact same time. What you're seeing here are 4 charts. They're Google Trends around searches related to things in the air, sea, space, ground, in terms of new mobility changes. And it's becoming much more interesting to humanity about how we move about this planet. And what you're seeing here is the entire continuum of mobility, from very short distances using electric scooters all the way to rockets that can go theoretically infinitely far away. And the ecosystem around future mobility is expanding at a rate we've never seen in society. And just an example of some of the companies that are building in and around this space. This is a chart that should make every one of us proud to be human. What you're looking at is the time history and decline of the cost of moving things. From ships in the early 1800s, to the first airplanes, commercial airlines in the 1930s and 40s, to rockets, to rail. And if you extend that line down for another 20, 30 years, if we use that trajectory, theoretically the movement of people and goods will become effectively free. And we're seeing the costs continue to decline with electrification, hydrogenization, all sorts of things that we'll be talking about even further as we go about. So, why is mobility becoming so important, so interesting to so many around the world? Well, you can't go one presentation without talking about sustainability here at the World Government Summit. It turns out mobility is the #1 contributor to CO2 emissions around the world, and it's growing faster. And if we look at what the next 10 years is going to be, we'll be at about 20% increase in CO2 emissions. So there's this idea of net zero by 2050. I will tell you right now, the trajectory we're on, that's fantasy. That's not going to happen. Between now and 2030 will be an 11% increase. We have to be at a 22% decrease by 2030 for that to be a reality. We'll be at a 33% deficit on our current trajectory. So major changes need to happen, and I think gatherings like this can really help galvanize the way we think and invest in these future technologies. Now, if you look at investing in this space, mobility has become the single largest area of investment in all things related to sustainability. It's more than new power generation, more than food, health, whatever it might be. Mobility specifically saw a 30x increase in investment since over the last 10 years. Close to $300 billion is being invested into creating all the things we were promised as kids, and it's happening at a very rapid pace. And if you dissect that out into the different things that are being invested into, about 80% of it are things on the ground. So last mile delivery, electric vehicles, autonomous driving, and then you can go into flying cars, drones, and better ships and whatever it might be. And we'll talk about more detail some of those here in just a minute. Let's talk about Norway for a moment. Norway has done an exceptional job of making this transition to EV. And if you step back and look at what's the largest economic driver in Norway, it's oil. And here's a country that has gone to 88% adoption of new cars in Norway, of being electric vehicles. Now let's compare that against the 2 largest markets in the world, the United States and China. They're lagging quite a bit behind Norway. Now granted, Norway is a smaller country compared to these two, but we're at about 11% in the United States and close to 20% in China. So we are all talking about EVs and the excitement around that. I've owned 3 Teslas. I love having an electric car, but I will tell you, there are some major roadblocks coming for there to be mass adoption around the electrification of things on the ground. The first thing we'll talk about is around a material shortage. Over the next 10 years, there's expected to be a 10x increase in demand for lithium-ion batteries. That's a doubling of what we did this year, every year between now and 2030. There are some pretty significant constraints of us being able to do that. Now, if you break down a lithium-ion battery, there's 3 major constituents in the materials: lithium, cobalt, and nickel. If you look at the last 3 years, the chart on the left-hand side, we have an 800% increase in the lithium price index. 800%. Now look at the chart on the right. What you're seeing, the green line is the demand of lithium over the next 10 years, and the white line is the current projected supply. There's a massive deficit between what we want and what we have. And what's going to happen, prices will go up, and it'll have some implication how quickly these sort of technologies can be proliferated throughout the world. But it's not just lithium. It's those other 2 constituents, cobalt and nickel. What you're seeing here is the supply-demand curve, and in about 3-ish years, or actually about 2 years, we're going to go into where we have more demand than we have supply. And it's not like you can just turn on a mine. It takes about 10 years to create a nickel mine or a cobalt mine or even a lithium mine. So we have this transition period as a society as we're going electric to have to be very mindful from policy, from investment, from technological deployment across all these new modalities of transportation. So let's look at what has happened with pricing with batteries. What you're looking at in that blue line is the history of battery prices over the last 10 years. And it has continued to come down until very recently. It's actually started to come up, even though batteries are becoming much more efficient with higher energy densities. So what we expect will likely happen, based off what I just showed you a moment ago, that there's a 10x increase in demand, that price is actually going to start to come up. And that's going to affect everything from your iPhones to your cars to whatever it might be. Now, let's talk about another really exciting topic, which is that around battery recycling. So I just presented a problem to you. We don't have enough batteries. Well, there's this new world of battery recycling. Currently, only 5% of batteries are recycled. And it's a huge opportunity. If you look at what the projections are long term by 2030, we will be producing 74 million metric tons of battery waste a year. And here's what's incredible. In the creation of new battery recycling plants, you can reclaim 99% of the raw material. That means is effectively you can get a circular economy where once you use a battery, it gets depleted, it gets sent back in, they pull out the raw constituents, they send it to a factory, they do it again. This is a big, big deal. Imagine you can just use oil over and over again. That's effectively what we're able to do with batteries when we use battery recycling. Now let's talk about the grid. So electric cars are great if you can power them, but let's talk about what would happen specifically in the United States if we went to 100% EV in these specific states. California, if we go to 100% EV, will require close to 50% more energy to be on the grid. 50% is not an insignificant number when you're talking about distribution of power. Just last year, the governor of California signed a law that said by 2035, every car in California has to be EV. A week later, sent a text message to every citizen in California. It said, hey, it's really hot. There's a lot of power being pulled on the grid. Please don't charge your electric car. So the reality of bringing on these incredible vehicles onto our current infrastructure is that we need to be making significant investments in how we use clean energy to be able to power these clean cars. If we're just putting more oil and whatever might be able to power the grid, you're not exactly solving the problem. Now, specifically in the United States, with the most recent Inflation Reduction Act, a significant amount of capital has been allocated towards solving these sorts of problems. Close to $130 billion allocated towards batteries and renewables, clean transportation, and hydrogen. What's really fascinating about that, and these are big, big numbers, is what Europe just announced about a week and a half ago. $1 trillion proposed package to help the European continent go net zero by 2050. That's close to a 10x from what the US just allocated towards this future. So what does that mean? We're going to see a lot of innovation, a lot of new companies, a lot of new technologies around this great master human plan to effectively go net zero by the middle of the century. So as the introducer mentioned earlier, I'm an aviator, been flying close to 30 years. Airplanes, helicopters, jets, whatever it might be, and I love to fly. And what I love even more is expanding the benefits of flight to more and more people. And we're seeing is the convergence of exponential technologies that are allowing flight to become prolific throughout every way we can imagine. And there's really 6 major new technologies that are hitting all at the same time. Electric aircraft, hydrogen aircraft, autonomous aircraft, electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, cargo delivery drones, and sustainable aviation fuel. I'm going to hit on a few of these very rapidly to bring you up to speed in terms of what's happening. First, let's talk about drones. Drone delivery is the first thing you will actually see that will positively affect your life. Last year, we saw 1.4 million drone delivery flights. That was double the year before, that was double the year before, that was double the year before. And you're seeing lots of different applications around drone delivery. My partner, Adam Grosser, is sitting in the crowd here. He's the chairman of Google's drone delivery company, Google Wing. What you're seeing here is a nest of Google drones that are going out to do delivery flights. This is an actual map of real-time flights happening in Australia, where the testing is happening as we speak. If you're a consumer with the app, you can download and say, I want a box of pasta delivered from the grocery store. The amount of energy it takes for that drone to fly from the store to you is less than the energy to boil the water to cook it. Incredible sustainable way of being able to move things, especially smaller packages. In Bentonville, Arkansas right now, there's a company called Zipline, where you can get on the app and say, I want a can of Hamburger Helper, which is the #1 requested item via Zipline drone delivery. And this company started, actually, let's talk about this really quickly. They have a really cool technology around sense and avoid with airplanes. As a pilot, I don't want to run into a drone. That wouldn't be a lot of fun. But what they use is actually microphones to be able to listen to airplanes. This is brand new technology. It's never really been used at scale. And this is how Zipline works. They actually started off in Africa delivering blood in Rwanda and Ghana. 50% of the blood delivered to folks in those parts of the world is delivered via Zipline today. Absolutely incredible technology. So now let's talk about flying cars. Close to 400 companies are developing some sort of flying car. This is one of the companies that we invested in called Beta Technologies based in Burlington, Vermont. This vehicle can fly about 300 nautical miles fully electric. It takes $17 worth of electricity to do that. It has the capability to fly vertically as well. The largest customer is UPS. Why is UPS interested? Right now, a package for UPS goes from a distribution center to a truck to an airport to a small turboprop to another airport to another truck to another distribution center. With this vehicle, they can go from distribution center to distribution center and cut out that entire supply chain. The United States government is interested in this, a lot of other customers. You will continue to see a lot of new companies in and around this space. And it's exceptionally efficient. What you're seeing here are the efficiency curves as a function of distance traveled of 3 different flying cars, 4, as compared to an internal combustion engine vehicle and an electric vehicle. Especially as you go further distances, they become very, very efficient. Lastly, we'll go into the new power sources. So this vehicle, if you can bring the volume down just a bit, just flew about 3 weeks ago, Eviation. It's close to a 20,000-pound fully electric airplane that is going to be a new option for operating in regional environments. New Zealand, Air New Zealand has just signed a deal to deploy these within the next 10 years. But it's not just electric airplanes, it's also hydrogen-powered airplanes. This video you're seeing was also about a week or 2 ago of a aircraft that is being flown, a little volume up on this one, with one engine being powered by hydrogen, the other engine being powered by traditional jet fuel. What you see in the back shooting out of that airplane is water, which is the byproduct of burning hydrogen, is water. That's a lot better than all the other stuff that comes out. Within a month, 2 companies have done their first flight of a hydrogen-powered airplane. Exceptionally exciting time in and around the future of aviation. All of you should be very proud that are Emiratis of your airline.
On this plane
Emirates Airlines just flew this 777 last week on 100% sustainable aviation fuel on one side of the airplane. What is sustainable aviation fuel? It's effectively biomass that's on the surface of the planet that is converted to jet fuel. So this was not oil coming out of the ground to power this vehicle. It was actually carbon that was already on the surface of the Earth. One major thing to be paying attention to is the pilot shortage. Folks, if there's anything you walk away from paying attention to is this. There will be a shortage of 65,000 pilots by the year 2030. That means is airlines won't be able to hire pilots, they won't be able to buy new airplanes, they won't be able to go from A to B. This could be a huge impact to our global economy. So we're going to see a big, big increase in investment in creating pilots cheaper, better, safer, whatever it might be, and using autonomy to help us do that. I'm going to jump through these last few slides until this last one right over here. Within the next 2 weeks, SpaceX is likely to launch the largest rocket ever made. This is an exceptionally big deal if you look at that chart and that little dot at the end. New Starship by SpaceX is effectively making getting a pound of payload to space effectively free. You should consider this as the railway to space. And what happens when you lay down a railway? A whole new economy gets created. And what kind of things get created? So here's a company we're investors in is Axiom Space, which is creating the new International Space Station completely private. They're launching as we speak on SpaceX Falcon 9 and will be doing more so on the larger rocket. This is no longer becoming a government initiative, this is becoming private industry. And I'll end with this video here. In the United States, NASA has authorized Project Artemis. Project Artemis is the plan to go back to the moon. And Starship is the vehicle that will be going back to the moon. And we will have a moon base. And this will be the pathway to learn how to put a Mars base. And there will be an entire moon economy around power generation, communication, construction, transportation on another rotating rock out in space. And if this doesn't get you fired up, I don't know what will. And what an incredible time to be alive, to see these things come back to life. It's been close to 60 years since we've been on the moon, but I think we're gonna be there for the long term. And yeah, we're pretty fired up about all that. So thank you so much for your time. If you got any questions or want to get in touch, my email is on the screen. And thank you again. Bye-bye.
Cyrus, thank you, man. Bless you. Thanks very much indeed for that one. A big thanks to Cyrus for his presentation, and a big thanks to all of you for staying with us. On to our penultimate presentation of this year's GX Talks. Remember that you can find references to all of these presentations online and on the support online as well. Next, though, is humanity in the age of exponential tech and technologies. Questions that are going to be asked in the next session. What will cryptocurrencies do to undermine or to enhance national financial policies? What jobs will autonomous robots and vehicles take or create? How will artificial intelligence write but also apply the laws of the future? Again, those are the questions, and we've got just the person to help us get to the answers. Someone who formerly held the role as senior social technologist at Alpha Telefonica, was also the founder at makers of Barcelona Fab Cafe, allwomen.tech, amongst a number of other achievements and roles. Currently founder and principal of Futurity Systems, providing futures as a service to help you, to help companies and organizations to build better, to build faster, and to build together. Absolute pleasure to have her here in Dubai. Please welcome to GX Talks, Cecilia Tam.
Thank you so much. Fabulous introduction. I'm going to have you with me all the time. Okay, so let's get started with the presentation. I want to thank you all. You guys have been extremely patient. We have been sitting here for about 3 hours now, so I promise I am going to give you a not boring presentation. Okay, so a little bit about me. I am a mother, I am a founder, I am a maker, but above all, I am this weirdo that is navigating this new initiative we're calling Futurity Systems. You're going to ask me what exactly is Futurity Systems. So we at Futurity Systems, we provide future as a service. So we do a couple of things, right? From one hand, we take on and understand the state of the art using a platform that we have created called Futurity Science Tool. Once we have understand the capability and the possibility of the technology, we do a little bit of time traveling. We do what we're calling synthesizing future, where we try to kind of map out what is possible, the future products, future services, services that we can imagine. And then we do prototyping, so tangible software, hardware prototypes that we can gain first-hand insight. And finally, we create the roadmap towards this future that we want. So this is what we do. I have a little confession to make. This is my first time ever to Dubai, and actually the first time ever in this region. So my first talk ever, so please be gentle. And I have been asked today to talk about exponential technologies. Actually, you know, humanity in the age of exponential technologies. So I want to take a step back and kind of define what is even an exponential technologies, right? So these are technologies that have been growing either power or speed or even quantity, doubling every year. So I'm going to give an example. This is kind of sort of all the hype these recent months, ChatGPT. So the training model has been growing, actually far more than doubling in the past few years, and the capability has been growing. In fact, the adoption rate for ChatGPT has been, if I remember correctly, over 1 million users in just a few days. So, which means that these exponential technologies actually have exponential impact, right? And we're talking about the good all the way to the bad and the ugly and the whole entire spectrum in between. So, you know, we were talking about these questions that, you know, in reality, how are we going to answer and tackle these things that are very, very far in the future? You know, how can we understand how cryptocurrency will impact financial policies, for example? How can we imagine what jobs we're going to lose to with AI and robotics? And how can we even understand how, you know, law could be impacted by AI? And these are just one of the few, many other questions that we need to answer today and not wait for the future to happen unintentionally. So there's this framework that I absolutely love. It's called The PACE Layers by Stuart Brandt. He wrote a book called The Book of the Long Now, The Clock of the Long Now, back in 1999. And I use this as an understanding for the pace of change. So the way this works is that on the very bottom layer, you have nature. So evolution, as we know, is very, very slow. So as you work up to the layer, these layers change faster and faster. All the way up, you have layers like fashion, where you're changing on a daily basis, and even imagination, where you're changing by the seconds, right? So the top layers actually provide for innovations. These are layers that are changing faster, they are more agile, they're more experimental. And the bottom layers provide for stability, the foundation, and even because they are slower layer, they keep the memories of the upper layer. And together, this whole entire system then create what actually Robert was talking about earlier, the resiliency of our society, right? But what happens when the pace layer has been disrupted? Right? So what we're actually seeing is that, you know, you have government in the middle layer, and the faster layer above, they're actually changing faster than the government can manage. And you have the bottom layer, the slower layer, they're also changing faster than the government is expecting. So what we have right now is a very disrupted pace layers that are not evolving at the same speed. And so Robert, already I'm going to keep mentioning Robert because I think there's a lot of overlapping in what we are envisioning. And so, you know, you have these faster layer above that are changing faster. You have the bottom layer and climate change also that are changing in much faster speed. And what is left behind is that governance need to keep up. So the question that I have is that how can government prepare for all of these uncertainties that are to come? How can we speed up the innovation cycle for the government so that we are in the same cycle of evolvability? So coming back to the pace layers, the role of the government is absolutely crucial because it is the glue of all of these layers. The government layer is what is providing or activating or stabilizing either direction all the other layers in this pace layer system framework. And they are the one actually to set the pace of change for our society to come. So the role of the government is absolutely crucial, right? So what government needs actually are new tools and new methodologies and even new technologies to tackle these oncoming changes, right? So I wanted to spend some time in the next few minutes on practical guide that we can adopt or start changing within the government itself so that we can adopt this mindset. So the first one, I called it rigorously imaginative. And so I have a background in biology and science, and I'm also have a degree in design and art. And I'm really trying to kind of bridge these two very opposite worlds, right? And the way we approach this is that we're really trying to understand the capability of science and technology, but then map it with design and imagination so that then we can push the boundaries of what is capable. So this is the first thing that when we think about future, we try to approach it from bridging these two aspects. The second one is we look intentionally at threats and opportunities. So if we look at future from a company perspective, very often than not, and when we talk about future for a company, we talk about growth. And there's really only two ways to grow from a company. You either grow with creating new products, or you're growing by tapping into new markets, right? But from a government standpoint, what you really wanted to look at is this position called next and beyond. And in order to tackle the next and beyond, we need to look at opportunities and threats. And so we need to start looking at different consequences that are happening with some of the technologies and solutions that we are coming up today. And so how do we become intentional about thinking about consequences? So we have this tool called the Futurescaping tool, where we force ourselves to think about a future scenario through different consequences that might happen in those scenarios. Because essentially, what will happen with the positive consequences is that those are opportunities that we need to capture. And for the negative consequences, we need to start thinking preemptively about the solutions so that those negative consequences will not happen. We need to start thinking beyond. We need to think longer term, and we need to think in extreme. What do I mean by that, right? So we also try to apply this three-horizon framework where, very often than not, we think about, first and foremost, the imagination side. So we think about, okay, what is possible? But then we start validating it. The first validation point is that we started to ask ourselves the question, well, is this scientifically possible? Because from there, then we can start asking, well, okay, so there's evidence, there are scientific paper that is telling us that, yes, this is possible. Then we jump to the next validation point. It says, just because it is scientifically possible doesn't mean that it is scalable. And that is a question, that is an engineering question. So there, we look at evidence in patents and a transfer of technology to give us indications where this is growing and maturing in that direction. And once we have validated that, yes, you can do it in science, yes, we can do it at scale, we need to ask ourselves the question of if there is an applicability, is there a use case, is there a business case for this? And there we look at evidence in businesses, in startups, in funding, and even in companies to tell us where the state of the art is for that particular data point. We also need to start thinking beyond just the immediate consequences, right? And we need to think about consequences of consequences. And we call them the first, second, third order of consequences to really think about far future horizons and impacts that these technologies have today. Because at the end, we are actually living in a period of time when we are living in the unintended consequences of the previous generations, of the decisions that they have made. So we need to be intentional about the decisions we are making today for the future generations to come. We also need to think from multiple perspectives, not only from the political perspective, from across the spectrum, from social to economic, environmental, all the way to technological, so that we can understand how all of these consequences will be unfolded. We also need to think through the different contextual implications in how these future scenarios will play out, right? From emergent cities and slums in emergent cities, all the way to, our urban environment, and even in Mars or in underwater. How can these different scenarios play out? And lastly, I'm a huge advocate about thinking futures through different lenses, right? Our current discourse about futurism is very much driven from a Western understanding of futures. What if we start introducing Sino-futurism, for example, so future from the East, or Arab futurism with different cultures and traditions as a framework on understanding future? And I'm even going to push the limit a little bit. And what if we start thinking about futures from the plant's perspective, and we call that herbal futurism, or even from the bacteria perspective, and we call that microbial futurism, right? I'm trying to push the envelope a little bit, but we need to think beyond ourselves and think about, the implications of other ecosystems in terms of building a diverse dialogue about futurism. So, let me go back a few slides. Doing is the best kind of thinking, and here I am trying to kind of promote prototyping as a way to think through. So right now, it is far cheaper, faster, and even bring more insights in when you're trying to prototype than having a meeting itself. And so we build lots and lots of prototypes because the cost for failure, or I call it learning, is far less than the insights that you will gain. So here I'm going to show a couple of prototypes that we do at the office. On the very bottom is my favorite, Herbie. Herbie is an autonomous plant. Herbie can make certain decisions. Herbie walks around the office, can make decisions about water and light, but can also talk. And Herbie also have a bank account because we're trying to build an interspecies economy. On the top right, you have the Tomito. So Tomito is a project where we're thinking about, can we cultured meat cells inside a tomato, creating a plantable meal that you can grow at home. Another project that I would like to show is this one where I am licking an electronic popsicle. And so here we're trying to induce taste without food itself, even stretching it to see if we can play music or if we can taste music with this device. And the last one that I wanted to show is the top center, which is a new magazine that we are publishing called Intense. And Intense is a magazine. It's set in 2030 to kind of look at the lifestyle of what could be possible in 2030. So to wrap up, I wanted to mention that countries are already being invested in understanding how to look at these far future projects. And so moonshot projects are popping up everywhere. From Germany, Spring D, to UK ARIA, and Japan Mariah. I wanted to especially mention about Spain, where we are the official partners to build the Moonshot Factory to solve these global challenges. So lastly, I wanted to say that we need to rehearse, because the more we rehearse, the more prepared we are, the more insights we gain, and the better decisions that we can make. So back to the questions that we were asking ourselves earlier. I will challenge all of you to kind of pivot and rewrite those questions so that we can come from a much more proactive standpoint. So instead of asking what cryptocurrency how they can impact us, we need to ask how might we apply blockchain to strengthen our financial futures, right? Instead of asking about what jobs AI will take, we're gonna be proactive about how we can prepare our workforce to be more skilled. Instead of asking about how AI will impact our law and our future, we should ask how we can build AI that is more accessible and unbiased. So with that, I want to wrap up. I just wanted to say, instead of future-proving and future-ready, we need to be future-building. So thank you all, and I will see you in the future.
Indeed, big thanks to Cecilia for her presentation. And yes, we will see you in the future. And hopefully we're giving you some more insight into the future experience of government, the government future experience, and more. And, well, we have one final presentation for you, and it's only right that we head to the final frontier, is it not? We've seen plenty of references of space throughout all of the presentations throughout. Well, today it is space, the new emirate. Could space be a new emirate? Where will the UAE and the GCC as a whole be in the exploration of space? Well, one man who can give us the answers to that is with us here today. Currently the Senior Director of Space Engineering Department at the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Centre, since, in fact, its establishment, and what an extraordinary couple of years they have had. In his role, he overlooks the development of all of its projects, DubaiSat-1, DubaiSat-2. He's also the project manager at the hugely successful Khalifa-Sat, the first indigenous satellite to be developed right here in the UAE, thanks to Emirati talent. He's a believer in the strength of the nation's human capital and leads the team tasked with innovation and advancement of the UAE's space technology sector. What a pleasure to wrap things up with a true visionary. Please welcome to the stage from the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Centre, final GX talk of the afternoon, Amr Al-Sayegh.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And many thanks to my previous colleagues. They managed to keep you guys all here. I feel now obliged to bore you to leave this room eventually. So this presentation is focused on what we do in space and how the UAE is taking space as a mainstream for the future. Just to put the things into perspective, humanity started, I don't know, scientists argue tens of thousands, 60, 70, 100,000 years ago. And only recently we managed to leave Earth. Having said that, we have to always know, and this is an argument that I believe in, we as species, humans, are the most intellectual, most intelligent, and the most capable of doing things in the whole universe. And having said that, we still have only 620, a very small fractional handful number of people that have left our planet, Earth, and went to space. And if we look at the numbers, again, scientists and theorists say number of humans that have lived all these years, close to 100 billion, and only 625 humans managed to leave Earth and go to space. And even a smaller number, 12 of them reached the surface of the moon, and none of them went beyond. So with all our might, with all our intelligence, with all our creativity, innovation, we only managed to achieve this now. And this tells us how challenging going to space is. And this takes us to the next topic, which is, yes, it was challenging to send humans, but we never stopped. We have thousands and thousands, more than 50,000 satellites that are now orbiting Earth or going even beyond. And it's getting even busier and busier and more interesting. And that's why we believe space is the way for the future. The industry itself, the space industry, globally is valued at $500 billion as of now. But that's only the space industries. But if you go deeper inside, you will see, for example, navigation, the GPS. The GPS is the Global Navigation Solution System invented by the US, and now it's being followed by many other systems around the world. The Galileo from Europe, the GLONASS from Russia, and the Beidou from China, and so on and so forth. And these kind of solutions bring huge economical benefit, huge impact on us here on Earth. And for example, the GPS itself, it has $1 trillion impact on the economy only in the US. That goes to many other sectors: farming, agriculture, health, mobility, aviation, and so on and so forth. 1 trillion from one system only. And that kind of example goes to the other system. For example, telecommunication, today you can talk to your family, you can watch the World Cup on an airplane, live stream to you, all through communication systems that are in space. And this goes even beyond that. You do your banking service while you're in the middle of the desert, you can, or the ocean, and you can do many things because space provides you with this globalization, let's say. And the other thing is, biggest advantage of space is that it's borderless. There are no borders. Nobody will stop you. You can just only launch your satellite or your system in space and just operate it. And you can go all the way around the world. It's a huge advantage that is given to people, given to us, given to companies, company owners. Instead of focusing on a small geolocation, you can go beyond that. You can go to the whole world with your services, with your solution, and benefit from having customers from all over the world. And that does bring a huge challenge for governments. So today, there's so much discussion happening around the world to focus on how to manage, how to coordinate, and how to govern space itself. So the United Nations started this with so many treaties that have been signed with many countries around the world to manage, let's say, space debris, which is a huge issue, to manage the level of, space collision. If a satellite goes to space, hits another satellite, that's a disaster. On Earth, we're talking speed. Speed is what? Driving your car, driving your, fastest car, I don't know, Ferrari or whatever. You can go up to 100, 200, 300 kilometers per hour. In space, it's 25,000 kilometers per hour. And if that object hits another object, that's a huge disaster. And it's not so much congested now, but it's becoming congested. And access to space, thanks to our friend, Mr. Elon Musk, has been extremely easier now. And it will continue to be even more. So access to space and having space systems needs to be coordinated. There is a huge effort on the United Nations level, on many other organizational level globally, to make sure that as we go forward, what we do is managed well. And a small example is, if, as a government, if you have the telecommunication system on the ground and the broadband and so on, you can have proxies, you can have servers that are managed well in your country. Yes, of course, some other systems or IT geeks, they can come up with solutions to go across these proxies and so on, but if you have a system in space, nobody can stop you. And that's where we need regulations, where we need a lot of discussion between governments to manage these kind of innovative solutions. However, that needs to be managed. So what are we doing in the UAE? Why are we looking at space? The goal is to be a leading nation in space science and technologies. And that's just a general name. But there are many reasons why we, aside from what we have just mentioned before, are interested in space. One thing is space is extremely inspirational. And maybe you have seen this from the previous speakers here. And you have seen this all over the world. I can say this at least for myself. When I'm working in space, I always feel young. I'm still young, but I always feel young. Even if we grow old and old and old and old, when you work in space, when you work in these STEM, let's say, engineering technologies, you always feel young, and that's important for us. And we can see that. It's inspirational. In 1 month, we have, we can easily have 2,000 students coming to our center in Dubai and visit us and learn and engage with us and engage with what we are saying. It's a hugely inspirational for this generation, for the older generation, and the future generation. That's why the UAE is always looking for space as an inspiration for STEM and so on. Second thing is, it's economically beneficial. Today it's not, maybe in the UAE, but globally, we've seen the numbers, $500 billion. But in the UAE, we want to make our economy based on knowledge, based on technologies developed here in the UAE. And space is leading that. As of today, we spend more than 22 billion dirhams on our projects. And very recently, we've announced 3 billion dirhams of investment from the government for the economy that is based on space solutions. And we can go into different directions. One of them is engaging in existing industries and companies in our projects. Second one is we can always attract international companies, international giants that are doing work in space to come to this region, to come to the UAE or the region to build the capacity of space economy here. And third, which is the most important one, is SMEs, entrepreneurs. These are the ones that we want to really attract and take us further in space. You know, recently one of the studies shows that one of the new space driving investment is asteroid mining. You know, there's huge, let's say, technological gap between being able to make this a business with the technology that we have today, but it has the potential to grow rapidly with the advancement that we see. There are, I mean, if you look at these asteroids flying, it's like money flying in space, and you just need to make sure or get the technology that will bring it back to Earth. And it's valued in trillions. So these kind of ideas, these kind of entrepreneurship ideas that will eventually drive the technology that we develop to take us further. The third one is space is international, as we mentioned just now. I mean, no matter what happens, no matter what geopolitical issues or concerns or let's say wars or so happening around the world, space has always been the reason why all the countries work together. And that's seen even today with the situation that we have between the West and Russia. As of today, we still have cooperation between Russia and the US in sending astronauts and bringing them back from the International Space Station. So space always a strong political tool to bring all the players around the world on the same table to work for the benefit of humanity. And we'll end up with the last one. Space is challenging. And that's why the UAE wants to go there. We want to develop solutions that will help us in food, water, and energy on Earth. This is the same situation that we already have here on Earth. And that's why we have one of their programs, Mars 2117, which is focused on finding these solutions. You know, whatever challenges you will find in getting water on Mars, that is what we now, as of now, we have as a problem here, not only in the UAE, in some other maybe developed countries also. Finding water is challenging. So the solutions that we will develop to find water, to extract water from the soil of Mars will help us live better and better utilize the resources that we have here on Earth. I mean, and the kind of research that is done is very unique. One research is using the microwave, simple microwave that we have on our kitchens. That kind of technology is being now tested to extract the water from the soil on the lunar surface and on the Martian surface. And this one will give us the freezed water on that soil. And these kind of technologies is what we want to implement to serve us here and get resources here on Earth. Food, I mean, the agriculture challenges that we have in Africa, in many countries around the world, it's similar solutions need to be developed and need to be developed in a very harsh environment. The Martian atmosphere is hectic. There's barely sunlight there. And the soil there is extremely toxic. But we want to grow plants, we want to grow different agricultural plants there. And if we do that, and if we succeed in this kind of technology, definitely we'll be able to do something here on Earth. Energy, as of today, I mean, the oil price is fluctuating, but most of us, I mean, most of the countries, most of the industry depend on oil, but eventually new energy fuels are coming out, and that's what we need. I mean, we need to sustain Earth. Whatever we do in space, we have to come back and look at the benefit for us here living on Earth. That is why the UAE is looking at space, and we hope to do that with the international cooperation, and we hope to do that for the benefit and the future of us and our generations to go. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best, and have a good night.
Indeed to you, and big thanks to Emma and all the team at the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Centre. Right, that concludes things almost. But you know, it's a GX Talks event, and we've just been having a little natter down here. We think it'd be quite nice to share a moment, if we can. So any of the speakers that are still with us, we know we've got a number of our speakers with us. Can we get all the speakers up here on stage with the GX Talks sign here? Let's get Emma back up here. Equally, any of the organisers that want to come down here? Anyone in the crowd? Let's just get everyone down. Why not? Come on. That's what GX Talks is all about. So come on down. Join the speakers down here. Come and say hi. Come and grab a quick photograph if you can, as we bring everyone down for one final group photograph to wrap things up. Big thanks to all the team at GX Talks. Big thanks to all the team at, of course, the World Government Summit. Do feel free to come on down and join us. Here comes PK. He's going to take his centre stage, that's for sure. Remember, you can have your say, hashtag WGS2023 at World Gov Summit. And of course, the hashtag is a G Experience as well. Last call for anyone who wants their photo taken with our all-star panel. The GX Talks Dream Team are down here. Do come on down and join us as people take their place for the money shot. It's the Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we thank you very much indeed for joining us. Thanks for being part of the GX Talks, and enjoy the World Government Summit.